the more you oppress and the more you do probably slow, you need a leader. You need a leader, swear, right? You are Josh and you said, look, it's a vision. I feel artists, you will buy for so the after look to the Hayam, other Hayam, Goyo, had Goyo. So that's a really good idea. But essentially, all the truth, hurt party style, you have to have a position of comments. We thought it doesn't integrate into the plans of the no one. And therefore, someone goes to a process, by definition, they're going to be given a position of exalted leadership. I don't know about any of that, but at least it can be something right. So when the other cause the house to Charlie cell, never tires. So it's the people that buy this energy. Where the leadership with their people. Well, they can call other guys, and the other leadership, you can't be on the shoulder. What's the difference between that? Well, they can call other guys, to demonstrate and saying, these clothes should not be folded. You know, so when you see holding on your clothes, you know, so actually identify as holding on, and you're definitely know that something bad happened. First thing you say, you should never experience this person. Yes, that's so that's the concept we say, well, everything over there, what's happening to us, shouldn't happen to anyone else. That's the first thing why it's right. Come over there, and around the lab, and so we call it our best. We even distill, since it was still process, so in front of you, you try to like you try to probably say, as if we were over our backs, as if we transgressed the parents of our control of ourselves. We were dispensing that shall briefly outspring, like I told the same that shall call the perennial finance. We refer to Numerone shut off each bass, less of a unit. Except that you got other bass and you will have first skill. So ultimately, again, the house itself got that. But the reason says that the athlete of Stalin Slow, so has the athlete of Stone. The three massive money we talk about, and the last one, this is the idea for them, you see a high city Shalai or high city Stone. So what's this is incredible? It's titled as unfortunately, the individual genre because the surrounding is supposed to suggest what attribute beyond Stone. What attribute beyond Stone? Which is incredible. So in the sense, حاجة حاجة مش طبعا فصل Sebastian, the yard I knew that young on the story, he was no share. I explained what I think I would have to do, so we were nothing with the same of the other. What's this to another one? We will try to see is very interesting of manuals, history of it. We try the hundreds, but this will become so huge. But we again, notice that we really think for our children. Also, the way such fascinating like this. Even when they talk to their own children, they value their age. They share what they have with each other. So this is like such an overwhelming stone. There's such fraternity, and emotional dependability is also unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. In Shalai, even in between the most paranoid, people will always drink without falling the other. Incredible. And there's a seal of the Hashem, looks so up not there to see. The person who says which one is currency, if the voice work so much as now works together. Hearts are like up to all which no matter in Palani, why is it so to remember again? If they thought it could go through over the hours, it's interesting that if you look at the puzzle, hearts are like up to end, but the mouth opens up against you, if you notice that the face is before eyes, even though the eye is before face. So it's earlier, this will not wish 150 months for a long day. But the Latin says something with their mouth, even though we did not see it with their eyes. It was delivered this disaster to talk about earth as well, even though it was actually reflective of what they saw. Hopefully, I need hopefully Latin and Shannon. Hopefully, Latin, hopefully, I need hopefully, Latin and Shannon. And Rabbi, and the Nicola, and hopefully, Latin and Shannon. Try to find nothing. The Shannon, hopefully, Latin and Shannon. إذا كان لكم represents sustenance. Sunset represents the core of existence. If you understand what existence is, it's a cloudy sky. If you look at anywhere else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead meaningful life, but you won't find any character. Each cloudy sky has the real lacking of existence. Hashem will come out. So this refers to the corrupt judges. This refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibilities and be led to the proper truth. To the Jewish children, you remember anything that's heard with them, and yet actually, so sorry. Okay, so that's being looked at. The other one is like, so it's no number again. The primary topic that we must occupy is the list of the weaknesses and all the people who don't have a portion in their life. So it was the violence. We compiled it. We decided this is not so so you're actually handshaking us is how you go to the mall. You want to really find out, let me get some was a Michigan was the really fun, which was essentially constituted. You would purpose to the second edition. I was actually so good. It's a big deal like that. They created as we know today. So they created this list. So it should all numerous efforts. Because we wanted to add another person to this, and this is actually pretty wild. They wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. But listen, remember again, we've already seen this before. The next year, this comes throughout this para, that by commenting by last Harab in the ocean, which very good, which was practiced with terrible in the eyes of the which in essence seems to be that we worship idolatry. Now, you know, not qualified by the U.S. man, but nothing wise, but now a lot of women, his wives went in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop his practice. So, in that sense, he was responsible for idolatry, even though he also himself never worship idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So he was involved in this beautiful show. The Tata Israel British Kifara, she comes to only Bagana. Bagana to be up on the first land, and Bagana let the French speaks himself before they say, please don't do this, it is paid in your attention. But each miracle later, the luck that each Pisachanari, the Rosh Kifara, fire came out from the heavens, and started like really around, looking at their benches. And actually said no, because again, clearly, the response was voicing his displeasure with this decision. He did not pay any attention to it. Never again, what about tonight? It's not because it's a side Torah. We decide Torah. Not Sebastian, but on the other hand, Fudges fish were able to laugh out with no one of his Saturday. By reflecting the thing and shooting, he shared him something. So then about spoke on the after the basketball church, ultimately again, and you see a man who does his work quickly, but for things he will be. What does this mean? So for example, that's what he says. We should look at they see what they sell. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before this house. So don't listen to that. If I thought this was how it's going on, right? I don't think it's about the showing the base of all the shores. It took me 7 years to build my base in the church, and 15 years to build his own house. It says, with me, my walking is Yahweh, God's without the new Hashivim, and let's be about what they say, and it's the gospel saying, how such a man do they say to a faith without their mother? We should dwell among his Philistines once again, or let's be about the occupants and Lord paid no attention to this gospel. This is thought that it was incorrect. As he was the rest of us, but Allah, and I know how the infant is like, Lord, to the rest of the authoritative part of the Lord, by the reputation of the gospel for God, this is Allah. All the Lord is like that. It's not yours. You can decide this is all about that, and it doesn't go all about. And you understand the story. So if I get a certain feelings, it's like a response trying to intervene in a more mild manner. pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially, what he says is, yes, you're right. Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decisions and practices when it comes to the implementation of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, if for example, those following our day doesn't come over our book, that's up to me. And if a little Shlomo was not on the side of the list, why should we shoot up the ending? Who was better than another? Those are the Shlomo. But that's what she was. Rashi says over here, God Barsha Yishimos, Barsha Psukim, to the Tzir, as Harasha Mitzad, and as Ha'am Shal Tzilim Yishkot Lo Habo, Eva Kufiri Rasha Rabbi. So it's the Barsha Yishimos. So everyone has a portion of it. Everyone, again, also this will be open to one Mishra, Homes, Yishim Kelebon Habo. Everyone has a portion in the work of God. Even Russia, even the Rabbi, and even so, but who am I on Russia? Am I? If you get out of the Russia, and find my over, she is living the property, more, see, I don't ask what the Ali, I like Russia, Israel, who is the country, we get out, the Apple, she not on the Ramos, the guy who allowed all of the Ramos, get out. Yes, in Russia, Russia, the flying knows what she would have done. So, then you love them, the passing of them. So, we love them, the people who come with their flying. We do them with perfect peace, we do them with something. We put them, we put them down now, that's done, that's the value top of. So, for the size, the passing you do, the kids when they try to do that, see it, not see that, see it, for example, Zedek, Shalaka, Artist, this is the issue of washing. This has to do with also normal, the general of Allah. He was cooking with salat, and he should hold into God and making himself clean up the item. But normally, once he got in the world, he shows his own money. Because he has to make the money, he said, he should change his life. When he lied, he should change his life. But because he was in this opportunity, people always financial advice. Okay, you know what I do. Then you come to that, it's good. I don't actually hear Ali. Zed going at them. That's just the going. I like Rothschild Israel. So I like Rothschild Israel. So what does that mean? I mean, I like to say first of all, so that they got this together. Right? The Rothschild Israel. The Rothschild Israel. Ultimately, are going to try to understand. Yeah, everybody's a close one. Listen, I'm a whole world. I just mentioned something absolutely amazing, which is what is this thing? What's going on with that? And why are these people identified? Like, there are two of these Rabbi and what is Rothschild shoes. So it's these two brothers and fathers. How does Rothschild define Rothschild shoes? Rothschild shoes. The people who look for deeper meaning in secret. When you look at a person, it is very easy to size up the structure in the first place. If for some reason it's not a problem, that's not the disability. See the weaknesses of the other, relative weaknesses. So you can just kind of like see that just in a real life for a couple of minutes. You can see everywhere it's working about them. You are voted in life to get out of your way to see the good. See the bad is easy. See the good type is easy. See the good takes a lot of work. So if you listen to the video, say that you're Russia. This one to say that you're Russia. Don't try to feel your Habo. That's easy. That's easy. Just read the Rabbi. And you can see why they will not have a portion in the work to come. Here's the shadow. There be a dark shade to the shades. You want to be someone who looks to become someone. You want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to the point that they need to see the good. Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a dark shade to shoes. You have to be someone that's willing to look at the truth. You have to be someone who's like, I just don't do the movie. But you don't need to go ahead and sit beyond that this way and look below in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a dark shade of shoes, if you're willing to be someone who's in a different meaning of truth, could be something that you interpret the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person, even in their shikha, even in their nashah, even in your rabbi, even in an akal. It's just a question how you want to look at people. Pashat pshat. Menashe, you have an akal, even in a temporary rabbi. They're treated humans, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because what's like, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to look really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface still present really badly. And if you really be judging to those good people and people, then every year you find something beautiful. You find something that looks good. You just have to really undertake the process. It's incredible. Never like it. Allora, penso forse mi avevo già pensare che questi dopo che fanno sono da sfogare e fare che gas nata o solo in zero si no che se not just the few things, always asking folks like, oh, these people not good or not. You know, let's say that was that, they don't force it happen. But you can let these people go or not. And then God knows that you're going to see these people or not. God knows you're going to see who's trusting in God's people to turn on them. You don't get a gun who decided to try to kill you. That doesn't come from God. It's not the expression of God. And he's going to see this cover over there. That is going to come to you. It's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to this? So not to also, on the other hand, alive last social million zeros. Instead, we will go about it. My job is to make the friends. We got some profile and the flow of it. If we meet each other in this level, this level, my job is to make them friends, make them great, make them friends. Let's say one of the ones in the associate, they thought this was going to happen. Let's sustain it. So we begin to see over there, comes from the Napa, we go from the top, and she goes, Sanola, says, well, that's your business. I got this. Yeah, there's a high category. Each record runs into his former adversary. In his national park, he says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Which is also such an overwhelming people. And maybe sometimes you hold maybe, and I don't know, maybe touching about and lava, maybe it's even happen in this world, or even adversaries, like even push adversaries, somehow suffering can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, but maybe it's going to have to go and have that. And if you're doing everything from the phone to the afterlife, is that even those big abilities, doubling up people, doubling arms, ability, the ones that actually sit and occupy the same space that everyone is. Maybe it's showing the highlights, and you're showing the house, and you're like, should have this, and should have this, so you're ready. This is together, and there's no new test cut. So what you test cut is giving closer to problems as well. So what happens? So the problem solving back to the church and the others, other than nothing. So let's start with Zachariah. Here's Zachariah second one. Come with the church. Go ahead with the church. Ask the Lord, I will separate your heart to your hands. So you want to sacrifice, so when you sacrifice, so good church. Because look what happened to your ancestors. We do the children, they're no longer here. Probably such as great. Probably such as that. On the road. It would be a functional factor of the country. So the fact that that would be kind of your ancestors, the about your ancestors, so our ancestors are dead, your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So I don't know what life characteristics is the children. So we want to share them, I would say, and I will be. By the On the other hand, I was there for the country that I did. And so again, so I would say to ancestors, which one of the rituals you and I think that the question to be says, I've never been sure, no, I said that I don't shoot the follow, I shoot the follow. Schwarz is what you have any one, some people came, the sacrifice of it. She's a real person, she's a real person. Oh, yeah, and she's the children. So you know, the system, the children. I'm the reality of this. So this is very important. This kind of exchange. So the Rabbi says to his group of people, do children. They say back to the Rabbi, come here, ever shall not feel love. You shall die, shall die love. One means lazar al-zah. So he says, so if you say back to the Rabbi, nothing. Right? If you have an ever who is sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, he did not put any expectation of the Arab, or for the husband has any expectation of his wife. There was also within the Rabbi was that his own son is passed away. He's passed away. He's been rejected by the master. He's been rejected by the husband. So what he wants from us, listen, it's so profound. By the way, you think to see this is the thing over and over again that we know. But even how we saw worshiping of the Zara, there was still such a connection to our soul. And you can see how we saw raised in the 60s that we were praying for them as they felt rejected by the Rebbe Shalom. What happens for the Rabbi? Later on the hand, Shmuel says to the Rabbi, Eis is such a piece of spiritual and social idea. And we know that social idea spends three Bibles, second and Kaishan, and the Shafin Shafa in talking back to the Rabbi, as Paul Israel. Here's your guy. But with the document of Sarah that tells that I sold you to soul, well, you say, I do know anyway. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. And now what you're doing is you're projecting. You rejected me. And now you're projecting on me. No, but I rejected you. There's such a profound, psychology here. Let's say anything like the worship of idolatry. How again, while you self praise role of the victim, you reject us, folks. I rejected you. I rejected you. The spiritual generations sin. You rejected me. And now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. Because the show, where's the document of self? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. Now I'm going to tell you my good sin. David Abdi, did you connect to Abdi? So what is it going to call it? The also profession is my servant, and we connect to my servant. So you know this. When you go to the when you show I'm a higher or so I see you saw one of the so people sorry. Like this part when you say the high so you say this the people picking up this part is the color Abdi so the color Abdi ever to come in the country ever in the country. So also this is my story. You know, some experience that I can probably call David is serving and we can make such a servant. So first of all, I say that you understand that when you connect to activity, one of the connections with the connection with the region. By coming to connect to the serving with God, then you can express the master, those powerful. Now what is that? You know, there's a serving to the master, whatever the serving requires, the master requires. Even when you are collected by the connect and under his domain, he under his domain of the other, but he still belongs to his part. And what I mean is like, never is there a rejection by others. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are according to a sin, and we asserted in means the what? I belong to the Lord. There is such an overwhelming to find a beautiful demand. Never always rejected by a host person. We may reject God, that's nothing, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of just having rejected God. So we project onto God, but He rejected us, but there's nothing from the truth. And the Holy Spirit never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. But all the eyes of heaven, how you mercy on us, mercy on us, let the rain is not as hard as the shy is whatever. You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The fuck of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is only for one person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. Rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, there's one who doesn't say it's not a struggle. Reality is a struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I control over whether or not I navigate that struggle. Which Claudius says, I know, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Claudius says, you have no choice, essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Like, we didn't ask for the Tzara, but you created it, so because you created it ultimately again, you have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, and the Bible called the Tshuva. No. Well, how do we really get you back? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Christ will once again say, yeah, God, it's your problem. Not my problem. You can't meet tomorrow. You did this thing. And I will say, shit, I never have this. Because when I'm forced to take responsibility, because she wasn't so scared to take responsibility. Because I have to take responsibility. I have to take responsibility. I think responsibility when I look in the mirror and I have to recognize that. And all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And there's stuff I do not want to do with that pain. So instead, we spend our life running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around. So you never becomes really can't get you back. Instead, if you just find the courage just to say, I don't know, it's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's going on in life is me. I own it. What do you do is, once you overcome that pain, and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock, of just like you the things that haven't been right, you go, yes, I'm amazing. And that's what Rothschild says. If you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, we'll get clear out of it. I can control that trip. I can control that. I can do what I need to do. I can try to use the conversation and go for the area for the last 2,000 years. Those are the problems. It's always someone else's problem. Once it's someone else's problem, and it changes on it, it's never going to get fixed. If you find how to solve it, then you can become Shiva. But Shiva Abba, I get those. Who's the kind of workers who never do your own Abba? Bilan, Kakutapa, Gekazi. So Bilan, below arms. What is this thing like that for a moment? What's the name? Bilan, so Bilan means below arms. Without a nation, never Aha. Bilan, Shabala Am. Bilan is really dropped down to nation. That's actually, you're going to see that's a reference of like, Bilan was unable to process. He's going to be follow the idea about the immorality. Ben Baal, Shemba al Bigir. Why is it called Ben Baal? Because the relation with his donkey. We'll come back to that in a second. Tana, Sumer says Tana, Hu Baal, who Tisha Yusha Sayin, who Yavan Ha'alam. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Baal. Finally, this guy, his name is Baal. His Kushan Shasayin is also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So we might say Baal, Shemba al Bigir. So ultimately, it's called Baal because they really do the donkey. Kushan Shasayin is going to be the other state issue of Israel because he did two terrible things. He did two terrible things. To Israel, that Achaz b'nei Yaakov, so Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Achaz b'nei Shvot HaShofet. One was during the days of Yaakov, that he represents he was in Lavan, and the other during the days of Yeshua. Okay, so you know, so Rashi says, I'm sorry, the Nisas Yoshua died. Okay, then you know, it's about the Mashmo is actually Lavan Ha'alam. Actually, it was Lavan. Interesting. You know, it says, see, which was a double A, and we can because like Philip was the son of Lavan. Philip was the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So, you know, it says, but also in general about it, also with Lavan, incredibly old. So one of these things actually do, right? Because you know, it's actually Lavan, and people are just questions. Like, it's like somebody possessed the city, but like, really, you can see some of that to Lavan and Lavan, like, both of them were lucky. That's it. You know, what do you say? What do you say in the Haggadah? Rabbi teaches for us a whole. Right? Rabbi wanted to uproot everything. What if they don't be Jewish life for us a whole? They don't have the same stated mission. So you know it says, see when God is here, you can know God. So it says, the son of God. So in one passage says that Gilead is the son of God, and then it means that God is the son of Gilead. Which one is it? I'm going to be a Shua. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not Ugly. You know who you're going to be. So in certain respect, Baal, like Baal was the son of Gilead, the son of the son of the prophet. So his father was Baal. The son was Gilead. That Gilead was a great prophet of his father. Gilead was the father of his like the father, and the father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay? Then I'm also the Haggadah. Yes, it's really interesting. So the fact that it says that Siram doesn't go calling out, but what does it indicate? But other Gentiles, secrets on Rabbi. The Lord is going on Rabbi as well. Which the Gemara says, you must listen to me, then listen up to the focus. Who's it mean with this respect? So you must have Yeshua, so the son of the letter of the Yeshua is showing up as the king. What does it say? Yeshua shall be shown up. What does it mean that the weekly goes to the shawl to the other? Only function to Israel. This refers to the sinners of Israel. All the guns straight there at the king. All the guns who forget Hashem. Only function of the Bahamas. Well, that's what it means. If you wait till the year 18, you know that we're going to have a good days. So the children of the brothers is most of everyone. Usually it's supposed to say, this refers to the nations of the world. We do not have a point in the world. So how do you become kosher of this heaven? If you get to my guess, it certainly says that the first line of food are censored. This Gemara is censored. This was a censored Gemara. Originally said that again, members of the nations of the world do not have a portion of the world to come. All of them. But only not for Jews. Only for Jews, not for the nations of the world. The sentence was changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world. So there's a lot of everyone else says, the river loves it. All of your children should see us and clean them out. Solve the whole gun. God will never ever go you should get a king. And the children shall be shown up. What about who did I say? So what's that? So the nations of the world don't call them so what if he says yes? Only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't call them Abba. And everything is all the Abba is just over. I'm not okay. But also Russia must consider that even Gilead himself, even if it's obviously, Hamishah is actually the idea that the ancient righteous Gentiles do get to all Abba. Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding the kingdom from all Abba? So I'm just clearly citing the idea that Allah also turns out actually people tell them Abba. Okay. So you know, the kingdom himself is doing the city. That was the city. So the other guy says, I'm not okay. If you guys know, I know. Also, when you're not going to go online, the second guy saying this, I have the first thought, you know, video making, so they can look at this, like, let's get out of it. So tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill you. So therefore, again, it's better for you to partner with my God. Especially the enemy of my enemy is God. That's the idea here. So even though the dogs don't watch each other, so that I'm on it. So I said, so you get the law of being not to get from there. I feel like commentary of Christ, when they do that together. I know about behind the ministry, I put God to show that how to do the law, and how to do the God. Literally translated, the reason and the time out of peace from the fact of the one who is that life. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? But that is the idea. So how do you idea is catch the user and don't get along. And the peace of coming over, they need to gang us together, and peace is peace, others are concerned. So they actually signed off into them, decided to say, no, that, so they come to the light, and then the Bible says that the messengers of Mars stood with them. So there's some reason they call it, maybe that's a reason though. So they don't know the real about that, so that's what's come down, I'm foolish as the soil. So the messengers that we get in life, so once the Lord was able to give them a video, so I think put it in the first body cell. And then it says, you know what, they get you answer off the back to you. But we like that was still a blessing people to be changed to be something is going on in Russia for the world. It's like, there's probably nothing to do for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? He doesn't really like father. So the Russian even realizes fuck you. He's just not there. Because it was really going to tell him, I'm not going to chutzpah is another. Chutzpah, people probably shmai in the honey. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool. Right? So chutzpah, even against somebody powerful, is able to affect the church. Also, it's things they constantly will say it in line. You begin to burn out of the crowd, you should go in the first body cell. So, first of all, we said, don't go with them. We have reason to be not to feel like this, so with that soul, pull it. And make it become. He said, go with them. Go with them. What says, what do you see from here? The name is supposed to be it. Everything is supposed to be it. But chutzpah sometimes pays off. What's that? We know this in the sometimes, chutzpah usually is spoken out in a negative way, but sometimes chutzpah actually very powerful and positive. I guess, like I said, we don't do that one well. And when you see people in a culture is adamant, because there's adamant about something, sometimes you have to respond with language, so to speak. Yeah, I'm going to choose this chutzpah, not this similar pattern. Chutzpah is like a unit out of prayer. Like, unit out of prayer, how do we say we should affect some level of change? Not just the change, but we don't do this as well. It's a better fix this, but that, yes, what is that? Remember the old story you saw? That the two just beat the disaster, or like what did the captain say? And shit, all the captain say, he is different people, that's chutzpah, he's a chutzpah, he's a chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's that does. And chutzpah is what you use that body still, ultimately, it was going to sustain us behind ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. You see it by nobody else. I'm not sure anything. I'm not going to keep your bravo Akasa still in his cripple in one of his legs. Sure or not? I mean, that's showing the straight out one. She made it sister. She showing it's like a multiple drugs. Sure or not? She told me I like Allah. I know she princess. You know, Sulah has made it Allah. You know, it's lying in one eye. You know, man. She's so high. She's so high. So, posting by myself. Furthermore, we just need to keep it so serene because Makamura. All right. Right, see what it says over here. No self neglect. Okay. No fuck together united. Give us something in common love for Allah. So much love you know about for what she has accomplished in intimacy. You see the way that again is the sorcery was done again. The sorcery was done with the Makamura. Like I'm not supposed to be behind myself. Like we just said that again, the sorcery again with his Makamura. Not the Allah Shekbah al-Asoya. Obviously, you know what it means is to reach where I need to be done. You know what it says? So, I'm going to say, Also, we especially again, niggas, I'm like, so that you're just so much. I'm not gonna buy a solo. I'm gonna relation with something. So, Papa, Kara, Shaka. So, Papa, Kara, on the days, Kara, and Nefa, Shaka. So, what's in the same machine over here as Kara, like in the country over, it's the same machine that's used by Sisra, or the language, share relation with it. Now, you're there, that's our way. And also, again, so, put on. That's what I put it. Actually, that's going to go up the other. That's only up the other. So, again, it's going to be things like, just real strong, right? So, the fact that you just report it, like the guys who see the lot of change or the out, that's really hard to do. You don't keep speaking without keeping your phone. So, you guys are doing pretty things over there. And you notice how that can start to work. So, you might actually, what it says. So, you might actually take the underwear. Listen to this. So, you rush control the ball. You get away. That is very interesting because ultimately, the ministry of law set in the Bible. By the way, my camera thought this system. So, it's very interesting. When people follow those with the ministers of law, the ministers of law will surprise that you are dealing on a problem. They say, where's your voice? Where's your voice? What's going on here? So let's say, so I'm going to shut down creativa. So let's say this is great. So then it says, oh, you know what? Like, it's like that's me. Like, why you in anger? How did that like you? That's why like you. So I don't know. So he said, oh, this is a long way. This is a long way. It's in the shop. It's in the shop. Right? My voice is out. My voice is out. It's racing. It's really on the night, I got no class on top. So it's just people to speak up and do it. I'm another 100 donkeys. 100 donkeys. I don't invite you. I just need you to go ahead and transfer something like my transfer. You're going to get my hip. So you're going to be on you. So you should go ahead and put on my electricity. Or my, you know, what I'm going to actually got that on the donkey like this. So if I'm going to do it, I show up. What are you talking about? You're using all the time. You write on me all the time. So I thought about almost. Sometimes I write on you again when my primary, like the primary form of transportation is in the shop. So I always try that on the phone. We're talking about. You're writing on me again. I actually also come and say, you should come and love. Pretty much at the time she says, right, you're going to be again. I provide many services for you. Right? Transportation and other. Right? Transportation and other. That's the guy who does it primarily. But it's also in the about this is we always see like this is just the value of that social law. Such a amazing, like it's such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me as at least recognize the real life in your life. Like you can be regenerate, you are regenerate. Don't be infinite and regenerate. Like this is incredible. So you know it says, see how my skin is standing. So what's the idea? I remind you again, that's how it was obviously again. So again, it's not just one thing that we want to follow. So let's show you that having a charge on every place spot. What you don't do is that comes to the perspective and be like, those ones that we don't get on reach. So just one moment a day. Give them that exact service. Every time you run yourself. And you support them like yes, but I'm going to call. You must follow also on the wall. You know, you can like your wall. You might not see your possession. What does it mean that we're going to try to pursue? What does it mean the righteousness of Hashem? My man dance to your possession. And we're going to talk to yourself to do that. How much is that was SCC nothing? You know what you're going to try to pursue? How much is it not that you need? I'm sorry. So look at us. Call and say everything to my Russia. You know, exactly what's the bad guys. Because Bob said, all the things that Fulham was trying to pursue. Like he left it angry for one moment that entire time. So you know what it says? Shemale Katzli Kabal Sayam. Because had I gone ahead and gotten angry, then I found for that 1 minute, it would have been affected during that 1 minute, it would have destroyed you. It would have destroyed you. So for that, because miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, so the ball, I have told me they've been on the ball, my echo. We'll call it club. So it says, this is coming up. This is what Dana says, the ball, I got it all figured out. I know that if I push club and start doing one another will start to say me, I can tell them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to push Christ. So I guess that this story, this is a video of the clip later, and that's in the finish up. You're still up tomorrow. Tremendous. Again, I think it's the weight. Just told you two things out of front of me. Just the weight of it. Well, there you go. Perhaps the most Texas ending to a show humanly possible. Not really funny at all. Just talking about how many guns are, you know what I mean? How loud can this place get for the great William Montgomery? Phil Cody, live in Austin, Texas, rocking by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. Blue North and Vodka Seltzer. How about a hand for my guest tonight, Dylan Sullivan, everybody. He's on Instagram at Dylan Gray, SULL Gray Sullivan. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning's cheer today. Our annual Hanukkah sponsor production day in Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the children Rothschilds this year as is the first to the Solar Struggles for Am Yisrael. Our Hanukkah sponsors for the month of Nissan arriving with Tova Paul Power in celebration of the Nissan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Paul. Anonymous sponsorship brings the voice of Simchas for all of our children. Station to be a month of English Shema for Klal Yisrael. The Avram Shul, held in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Reina Bas Yoshua Esther, is the phone of Israel. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Jackie College, the nation of the U.S. and Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and great grandmother Cyril and of Jordan, lucky up and married. All right, all the Shabbos having a leader. Families in Shabbos, all of those who need to Shabbos and coach for the Israel. We welcome to bring home our pastor, the Karo, and our Holy Soldiers, to test the Torah Master. What's with that? Our passion today's daf is Kufay 105. We are picking up the next session on Kuf Dalit Amagriz 104b, about 2 lines down from the top. We are in a beautiful Gemara right now that's kind of a moving Gemara, talking about the Psukim from Eichel. So the Gemara says as follows: so again, speaking about the Yisrael and Yisrael, cry at night. The Gemara points out the idea that it's the whole it's 2 fields, 2 clients. So why is double crying? You should need the fields hello Rama. Why are there 2 clients in this evening? Amar Rabba, Amar Yochanan, Echad al Mikdash Rishon, Echad al Mikdash Sheni. 1 cry ultimately again for the destruction of the first case of Mikdash, and 1 cry for the destruction of the second case. Balayla. So why is crying at night? Ishki Lailas. There's a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. What is this in reference to? Shneimar was a very profound Shneimar. Batisa Kola Iga Bayifin Kolon Bayifkwa Amba Laila Habu. A reference to Chet Miracle, sin of the spies. The Pasuk says that when the spies came back, delivered the disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. The Gemara says, Amar Rabba, Amar Yochanan, Osayom Mel Tesh Ba'av Hava. That night was the night of Tisha B'Av. And again, so Hakadosh Baruch Hu says to Klal Yisrael, Atem b'kisem yeshachinam, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there's nothing wrong with their child, so it's perfect. And I will give you a true reason to cry for the future generation. A very overwhelming dua. Why does it say that Bachot of Kabbalah? So listen, just trying to understand the idea over here is that Yerushalayim is like this widow who cries. Well, the widow cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Icha highlight the nighttime cries? Because when you cry at night, your voice carries more. Since at night is less background noise. When a person cries at night, their cries are more profound. Even though when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you. And you also furthermore, that when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries along with them. Now the truth is the straight answer as really goes on the previous two. When you cry at night, ultimately the voice carries. When you cry at night, the stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So it's a very beautiful Gemara, profound Gemara. Maisa Isha Achas, Entos David Shamis Bina. It was a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of David, and she lost her son. I said both around Balayla, but she would cry over him every Shamra the Gamil Kolon, the Bachar Connector. The Gamil heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. The Lord said that this is such a profound Gemara about empathy. And they would hear this bereaved mother crying over her child. The Gamil himself would cry, actually, literally saying, literally again, he cried until his eyelashes fell out. To the point of like, physical detriment. You do not see the machar, take it off from the dog, or it's finished with us. The next thing is to realize what is happening, how much he internalized his pain, and he moved him to a different place. Mother's like, the Masal Lafiya, tears on his feet, and the Kiisha Shebocha Abal Meirah. Also, the idea of here is tear on his cheeks. This represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward. And then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of tears on the cheek represents this second type of loss, where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The fear is always there. What type of loss is that? Like the woman who loses the husband of her youth, Adam in Gal. Actually says that there's a book that's coming, and it's in the Tsuya Gita. The woman who loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she married, the person who she intended on building for like this. She loses that life partner, is almost like an inconsolable loss that's there. That's how the Pasuk describes the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. Shneimar, like it could slach al al Ma'al. So literally again the enemies become like the leaders. If you have problems for Klal Yisrael, you are catapulted to greatness. This is an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you hate Klal Yisrael, you'll be made a leader. You made a leader. Shneimar. Kilo Mu'af Hashem Yisak Lati is Harishon. Hakel Artis, Ruben Gartis, Tony Ba'akam, Hayam, Hava Yardin, Govio Hafayis. So this is an interesting idea. That essentially, in order to hurt Klal Yisrael, you have to have Krishna comings. He probably doesn't deliver us into the hands of a no one. And therefore, someone's going to attack us. I guess if you're going to be given a position of exalted leaders. I don't know. So there will be whoever calls the Klal Yisrael never tires. It's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy in order to be able to affect their people. Well, I think for all of that, I'm going to be looking at you can improve on the Torah. was interestingly enough, while even over there is almost like saying these fellows should not be faulty. So the way you see Koguna Miyatara, what's Koguna? So Rashi identifies as a Koguna, especially when something bad happens, a person would say you should never experience this type of misfortune. That's called Koguna. So that's the concept is saying, well, over there, what's happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. This is actually why the signs all over Zaraf and the Banim and the Murad is simply over our guts. The evil the stone, so it's rightly treated Yerushalayim, right, the Yerushalayim Kabisel, as if we were over our guts, as if we transgressed the tenets of the Torah. So, the stone is by Hashem into our stone. Right, by stone it says that Hashem caused it to really not fire. In Yerushalayim Ksiv, Mimaron Shalach each Bas Mosa by Yerushalayim. Ksiv, by Yigdal Avon Bas Amini Chakas Stone. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says that he says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. That he must have found the Yisrael. Amarava, Rabbi says, Amar Yochanan, neither you see the Haisa Yerushalayim, the Haisa Yisrael. So this is incredible. But as terrible as, unfortunately, the behavior of Yerushalayim had become, Yerushalayim can still possess one attribute beyond stone. What was the attribute beyond stone? This is incredible. To the stone says, Hine Zeh Ayachahon Soma Fasik, go. Shilas Lachem, Biyad Ani Bayon Ramifika. In stone, there was no sharing. Like in stone, whatever you had, you kept for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Plus, this is on the other hand, really the Yerushalayim Ksiv, the day in Noshem Nashmanos, history of it. Yerushalayim, the hunger and starvation have become so acute that really, again, one of something the women ate their own children. And also the women, so it's just like such a fascinating twist. Even when they cooked their own children, they invited their neighbors. In other words, they shared what they had with others. Which is also like such an overwhelming piece of stone. There was such depravity, and in the midst of all the depravity, there was also an unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the others. In Halayim, even when things became most terrible, people were always going to look out for one another. Incredible. It was the Sira Kalavi Hashem to be good. The person who says to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Why is this so? Remember again, Ifa is supposing over the outlays. Yet interesting enough, if you look at the context, God's if the now opened up against you, if you notice that K is before I, even though normally I is before K. Let's get out of the earth. If you not wish to come with the feeling, not sure what will be. And to not wish said something with their mouth, even though they did not see it with their eyes. Whereas if you look at this disastrous report about Eretz Yisrael, even though it was not truly reflective of what they saw. Hopefully, Lechem Hashem, hopefully, Lechem, Ami, Lechem Hashem, Karao, Amrava, Amriokan, and hopefully, Lechem Yisrael, Chaim Tam Lechem. Shino, hopefully, Lechem Yisrael, Ina Chaim Tam Lechem. Every each of the Klal Yisrael is taste the bread truly is. Yeah, but that means the better Klal Yisrael won't taste the bread truly is. Also, what is the better part of this room? I think what I said, that bread represents sustenance. Bread represents the core of existence. If you want to understand what existence is, look at Klal Yisrael. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a meaningful life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Klal Yisrael has the real lesson of existence. Hashem lo karata, not amra ila ganem. This refers to correct judges. Which one says, in the Monday to Lepers. This refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and demand to be the proper killer for the Jewish children. Me, the uncle of them, and Rashi, so that's the end of the talk. The other mark was like, so remember again, the primary task was to be occupied in the feelings of the Greek beliefs and before I dealt with, okay, for regular people who don't have a portion in Olam Haba. So the Gemara says, by the way, who compiled the list? Who compiled it? He decided who's on this list and who's not on this list. So Navashi, Anshe Knesset Hagedolah, is Anshe Knesset Hagedolah not again something? Was over again? Anshe Knesset Hagedolah was the rabbinic body that was essentially from the end of the second, first base in the Tush to the second base in the Tush. That's Anshe Knesset Hagedolah. They did a lot of things, like they created Tefillah as we know it today. So they created this list. Big shoe old Windows effort. So listen, they wanted to add another person to this. And this is actually pretty wild. The Gemara says they wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. So listen now, remember again, we've already seen this before. To make the number of himself is that by Shlomo says, Vayas hara b'nei Hashem. The Shlomo did which was bad, which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the cousin sees that the cousin sees that he worshipped idolatry. Now, the Gemara clarified that the U.S. what happening was Shlomo married a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So the Gemara says, so he comes before him, Kiviyachol appears to them, and David placates himself before them, saying, please don't do this. They paid no attention. But each Mirashamayim, the Loch got each Pesach Shamayim, the Lord Shkifala, fire came down from the heavens. It started like literally again, like licking at their benches. And that's what he said, go look. He's again, clearly, he was voicing his displeasure with this decision. But yet, they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Lo Bashanayim, who's probably just decide Torah. Leave the side Torah. Yotz the Baskova, Amra Lahem, Chazis Ish Maverbe Melachto, his name of Isasi, by Isasi with me, Fashizim, Mishahikim, Sagan. So then the Baskova comes out. The Baskova says, ultimately, again, have you seen a man who does his work quickly? The fourth things he will be. What does this mean? So, because Baruch Hu says, because it says, Mishahikim, they see that they sow. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built the Mikdash before he built his own house. Not only that, Elisha but Abishavishani, the base of one of the Shaloshas Rishonas. It took him 7 years to build my base of Mikdash, and 13 years to build his own house. The Gemara says, with name of walking the Yatzid, God is Yitzhak Hashem. So again, this is the Baskel is saying, how could such a man be trying to obtain tobacco? But he should dwell among the earth to the king once again, or Shkiachada, the Ashikot and Noah paid no attention to this Baskel. They just thought that it was incorrect. As you know, the Yotza Baskel, the Amra, and Hamekim, Ishamenek, the aspect, the attractive part of the law. I mean, finally, what's the sense of the Baskel? This is Olam Haba is my property. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand the controllers. So therefore, again, it's so interesting to say that the state is probably trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's things like below. And at the end, essentially, what it says is, yes, you're right. Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to you. And therefore, Shlomo was not.
You're big dog, and you remember my Discord?
We were brought in the Olam Haba. Those are the stars.
You're my Discord, big man.
Right, a bunch of people in here. Darshan Psuki, as Harashon himself, and I say, all you show the Kulam Yish,
German Discord, big dog.
So I say, the Darshan Yeshuas, say, everyone has everyone, again, we'll say this is the Mishnah. Always, everyone has a portion in the Lord. Even the Nasha, even the Rabbi, even if you incredible. So, Kuaman or Machlemar, Likilad, being that chef, a fine Ma'oz Roshi, within the Koki, Moab, Sir Lachsi, Al Edom, Ashke, and Ali, Alai, Koshas, Israel. Likilad, Ze'achos, Shinach of Ramos, who died without all Ramot Gilad. Next, Menashe, Ephraim, Ma'oz Roshi, who is our Totu, Zeir Ravam, the Kasim of Ephraim. First, Ravam, the Kipun of Ephraim, within the Koki, he was a scepter, Ze'achitofa. Therefore, Ze'achitofa, David Amelech, son of Advisor, top of Kofi at the site, the Kasim Yehuda, who came from the tribe of Yehuda, Seir Moab, Seir Lachsi, what does that mean? Gehazi, Shalaka al Iske Rechitza. Gehazi was stricken with mountains because the issue of washing, which has to do with the Naaman, the general of Aram, who was stricken with Tzaras. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go ahead and reward Elisha. Elisha says, I don't want any money. And Gehazi afterwards came on his own and said, Elisha should have his money. He lied. These are the change his mind. But Gehazi was using this opportunity for his own financial advancement. Okay, so the more was like to Zed Gehazi is giving to Edom Ashlich Na'ali, Zed Doeg had Doeg. Therefore, to Doeg, Alai Fleshes Israeli. So the Alai Fleshes Israeli, someone says, so what does that mean? Abu Malach, someone says, first of all, I just want to point out this is incredible. Right? The Darshan Rishumos, ultimately, again, I'll try to understand that everybody's a good one. Now, listen, before we go on, I just mentioned something absolutely amazing, which is what does this mean? What's going on over here? And why aren't these people identified? Like, who are these Rabbanim? Who are these Darshan Rishumos? So what's interesting to note is as follows. How does Rashi define Darshan Rishumos? Darshan Psukim. The people who look for deeper meaning in Psukim. And what does this mean to say? In life, when you look at a person, it is very easy to size up your shortcomings in life. And for some reason, it's not a program does one with this ability to see the weaknesses of the others relatively quickly. You can just kind of like see that just when you meet that person for a couple of minutes, you can see everything that's broken about them. The avoda in life is to go out of your way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken type is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So you know something over there? To say that Menashe, this one, to say that Yeravam, Achav, Menashe, don't have to get a that's easy. That's easy. That's just reading enough. And you can see why they were not in the world. But here's the shayla. Do you want to be a Darshan Rishumos? Do you want to be someone who looks for the good in someone? Do you want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the good? To see sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a Darshan Rishumos. You have to be someone like willing to look into Psukim. You have to be someone who's going to like understand deeper meaning. You have to be willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is willing to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a Darshan Rishumos, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the deep meaning of Psukim, if you're willing to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person. Even in the most evil, even in a Menashe, even in a Yeravam, even in an Achav. It's just a question of how you want to look at people. Pashat Pshat, Menashe, Yeravam, Achav, even in some people in Achav. Darshan Rishumos, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because you know, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface still present really badly. And if you really do Darshan Rishumos, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, in every yid, you find something beautiful. You find something magnificent. You just have to be willing to undertake. It's incredible. Remember goes weiter. Allah Allah Kesha because by the Rothschild, you love Rabbi. Shara this appreciate the origins part. Espanefad Dat Mata Osalo. Incredible. So the Malach Yashar says to the Baruch, if David HaMelech, right? If David HaMelech goes and comes before you, the Bible says it's so beautiful. Now what happens? So according to these approaches, that all of these people we just mentioned were people who exclusive of Hava according to these tomorrows, right? Not just the three kings, but Doeg, Achitophel, all of these people now go to Olam Haba. So the Malach says that there's nothing. So what's going to happen? Right? You're going to let these people into Olam Haba. And then David HaMelech is going to see these people in Olam Haba. David HaMelech is going to see his trusted advisor Achitophel return on him. Doeg has Domi, who incited Shaul to try to kill him. David is going to come to Olam Haba. He's going to walk into the expansion of Olam Haba. And who he's going to see? He's going to see this Chavra over there. David is going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? So this is incredible. So Ma'ata Oshalo, Amar Lahem, Alai La'asosan Leim Zevasa. So he's probably going to go on about it. You know what my job is? To make David HaMelech friends with Achitophel and with Doeg HaDon. If they meet each other in the base of Haba, my job is to make them friends, make them real, make them friends. You may say, what an overwhelming demand. Essentially, if you're probably just going to love him, that's a scary living. So we begin to see over and over when it comes to Allah, the Baruch himself, actually, that's your business. I got this. There was how incredible is this. If God runs into his former anchor, he says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Because there's such overwhelming people. Maybe sometimes the authority, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a function of Olava, maybe it can even happen in this world, that even adversaries, like even Jewish adversaries, somehow, some way, can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, or maybe it's also not happening in Olava. That's maybe another thing to look forward to in the afterlife, is that even the most bitter of enemies, even if David and Achitophel, David and Doeg, the Meretz Hashem sit and occupy the same space in Olam Haba. Overwhelming. מדוע שוב הארץ, הירושלים ישוע ישוחס, אמרה שוב המצווה שיבת כנסת ישראל לנביא. This is the government, this is Rabbi Yechezkel. So Rabbi Yechezkel is giving Moshe to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Klal Yisrael gave back the good to the Navi. So I'm not Navi. Sorry, Zechariah. Rabbi Zechariah said to them, because of the Tshuva, go ahead and do Tshuva. After all, I will say them Shechatu Heifan. So the Navi says to Christ, the Navi Zechariah says to Christ, did Tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do Tshuva. They're no longer here. Klal Yisrael is great. Klal Yisrael says back, Amar Lahem, Amru Lo, U'L'Biachem Shech. So it's not exactly a good kind of. Right, your ancestors who were valid children are also dead. So our ancestors are dead, your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why is it trying to make this the tshuva? You know, as a shleima, I will say them ayegim. Va'yedim ala olam nichu, amalahem, I will say them chazru v'hodim. So again, so the China says your ancestors were strong enough to do tshuva shleima. Activate the book Yeshua Tzidi says at the end of the year, Shmuel Lavan, Bo Hashem Adam, Shmuel the father, Shmuel the father. Shmuel says what ended up happening was 10 people came and sat before the Navi. This was the episode of the time of the father. On the other hand, here's the tshuva. So the Navi says, then the tshuva. Amrullah listen to this. So this is very profound exchange. So the Navi says to this group of 10 people, do tshuva. They say back to the Navi, Amrullah, Eved Shemachru Rabbi, V'isha Shegar Shabayla, Kum Nish Mozeh Al Zeh. So it's interesting. So the Jews say back to the Navi, right? If you have an Eved who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, could the master have any expectation of the Eved, or can the husband have any expectation of his wife? What they were telling the Navi was that the Baruch has cast us away. He's cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? In fact, listen, it's so profound. Begin to see this the theme over and over again after Gemara. But even when Klal Yisrael was worshiping at Rothschild, there was just such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Klal Yisrael, at least in this exchange over here, suddenly from the Baruch because they felt rejected by the Ribono Shalom. Allah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Navi, Lechem Al Lahem. Shlomo says to Rabbi, Eis Sefer Krisos Inchan Asher Shlachtia, O Mima Rosh Shemacharti Eshem Lo Hein Ba'avorosechem Nimkartem, O B'Shachem Shalcha Inchan. Shlomo says back to Rabbi, ask Klal Yisrael, where's your get? Where's your get? Right? Where's the document of sale that says that I sold you this? Well, he says, no. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. But now what you're doing is projecting. You rejected me, and now you're projecting on me. God, that I rejected you. I'll say such a profound, so much psychology here. I'll say in like the worship of idolatry. How again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. You reject us, folks. I rejected you. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me, and now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting me that I rejected you. That's the show. Where's the get? Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. Now the Rothschild is right to say, David Abdi, the Nebuchadnezzar Abdi, what is the name of the Pasuk? David, my servant, and the Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. Says the Lord, this name. David, the Lord of Hamish, Amar, Bahaya, Olam, Shasidi, Yisrael, Omar, Kach, the feet, so people, sorry. From the Kaiser says, Tichach, takes him out of this Baruch with the Kara Avdo, Eved, the Kara Avdo, Eved should come in the Chassin, Eved needs the Chassin. So also this is fascinating. It sounds strange that when Prophet calls David his servant and the Nebuchadnezzar his servant. So first of all, it seems that always understand that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar was his God, Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. By calling Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then he's the master. He's the master. There's powerful. Now what does that mean? When there's a servant and a master, whatever the servant requires, the master requires. Even when we were conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, and under his domain, we are under the domain of the event, but we still belong to his and that is this idea. Never is there a rejection by a Baruch. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are according to Hashem, and being a servant to the servant still means that what? I belong to the master. There is such a overwhelming joy and beautiful humor. Never are we rejected by our child. We may reject God, which does happen, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of guilt having rejected God. So we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing further from the truth. And Rebbe Shem Olam never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. It's incredible. Va'ola al ruchachem, haya lo siya asher atem omim, yech hagoyim hushmachos haros. It's the sharis, eat va'even. Chaya ni me'omer asher Elokim. Lo bi'ad chazak al, ugezor tuya, ugekev shkucha, emro chaver, Rab Nachman, kol ki hay risak rasmona alon, lefakimon. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu give us any years He wants at us, but at least redeem us. As you will say, sometimes, it's almost as if, like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension, and you're not feeling anything, you're not saying anything, but you know that there's all this tension built in, and what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this, like, get it out. Whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be, let's just go ahead and have the negativity, let's have the yelling, the screaming, and let's have the argument, or whatever it is, let's just get it done. Let's keep doing this, I'll show you. It's always giving up all the fish, whatever you've got, just bring it, let's do this, accept whatever repercussions of our actions are, but then we want to be with you. The Yisrael Mishpat Alakav Yomeru, Omra Baruch Omra Navi Yisrael. This is beautiful, I said. Listen, you know it's really amazing. You know it's really amazing. The end of the day, life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words. Chazru b'tshuva. That's on earth. Obviously, it's much simpler said than done. But it was just the truth. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running away from our control, and then justifying why we're really allowed to run or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this, I don't have to do all these different things. And it's exhausting. We invent hashkafas, we invent ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from the Baruch and shirking of our religious responsibilities. It gets so tired instead of just coming back. Just give ourselves over to Hashem. Just chazar b'tshuva. That's it. I'm waiting for you. So chazar b'tshuva. So what happens? Arlo, paid on the equipment. Like says we can't. Why? Yitzhak hara shalei panu. It was this Gemara is gold. So the Rabbi says, tell yourself, just b'tshuva, just come back. Rabbi says we can't. We have a Yitzhak hara. The Yitzhak hara is so powerful. The Yitzhak hara is so overwhelming. So what does the Rabbi say? What does the Baruch say? The Baruch says, Amar lahem yisru yitzreichem. So ultimately, what does the Baruch say? Back. Essentially, putting the big white hands, right, and take control of the situation. I got it. You have Yitzhak hara. I got it. Take control. So what say? It's really interesting. That statement clearly indicates almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge. There's Yitzhak hara. The Rothschild said, Yisro Yitzreichem, which literally means chastise your Yitzhak. Take control. Take the reins of your life. So tell us, the thing what's happening in this conversation over here, this is what you go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing anything really quickly. I'm not doing the things I want to do. I'm not the person that I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why isn't it happening? And it gives you a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this, my mother never did this, my spouse doesn't do this, my rabbi doesn't do this, my teacher didn't do this, I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else is blamed. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am underperforming. There's only one person that's missing from that list. There's only one person with no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. There's one person who's this is having this conversation. There's Rothschild says, put your act together. Listen, tshuva is not just a song of the belly. Tshuva means the act of pulling yourself and your life together. All these sources, you love to do tshuva, but you don't have Yitzhak hara. Woe is me. All these problems in my life, but not me. It's not my fault. It's nothing to do with me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person only, and that's you. The bulk of your life stops with one person and one person only, and that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only, and that is you. So rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, the struggle doesn't say it's not a struggle. That is a struggle. Struggle is a struggle, but I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. Which Rabbi says, "Unload Elokaviyonu." Well, Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Rabbi says, Rothschild, essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Like, we didn't make Yitzhak hara, we didn't ask Yitzhak hara. You created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. So I say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, you probably call the tshuva or not? How do the tshuva not? No. How do we know it is the tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Chayesville once again says, well, God, it's just our problem. It's not my problem. You can't do Sahara. You did this, you clean it up. And I was like, show the questions. Because when I failed to take responsibility for myself, I'm so scared of taking responsibility. Because what happened to take responsibility? What happened to take responsibility? I take responsibility, then I look in the mirror and I have to recognize that. Almost all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. that hurts, and that's difficult, and that's painful, and most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around us. And so we never take responsibility, can't do what you love. And instead, if we just find the courage just to say, okay, I own it. It's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's gone wrong in life is me. But I own it. But here's the good news. Once you overcome that pain, and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that happen in your life, you then realize something amazing. And like Rabbi says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no turning back. I can control what I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. The tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it ended off the last 2,000 years. Most of it's a problem. It's always someone else's problem. If it's someone else's problem, chances are we're the point of those who never did all of Bilam, going Achikopel Gechazi. So Bilam, below arm. What's his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below arm, without a nation. Never Akar. Bilam Shepola Am. Literally, again, he brought down a nation. That's what we're going to see. That's a reference to how Bilam was unable to curse us. He's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Kibir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had a relationship with his donkey. We'll come back to that. Tana, the verse says, Tana, Hu Ba'ar, Hu Kushan Rishasayim, Hu Lavan Ha'arami. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So the verse says, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is Ba'ar, he's Kushan Rishasayim, and he's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So the Gemara says Ba'ar, Sheba al Ba'ar. So ultimately, it's called Ba'ar because he had a religion with the donkey. Kushan Rishasayim is called Kushan Rishasayim, the Avish Day Rishos Israel, because he did two terrible things. To Klal Yisrael. Right? Achas b'nei Yaakov, v'achas b'nei Yaakov. Achas b'nei Yaakov, v'achas b'nei Shol Hashol. One was during the days of Yaakov, that be a reference that he was Lavan, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so Rashi says, I'm sorry, Misas Yoshua, after Yoshua died. Okay, the Gemara says, Umash Lo, his actual name, Lavan Ha'aram. Actual name was Lavan. Interesting. So the Gemara says, Bilam was the son of Lavan. Bilam was the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, it wasn't in general, by the way, it wasn't incredible. So one of these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean that's actually Lavan, and people are just blessed with longevity. Some of it possess the same need, but remember, you can see a similarity between Lavan and Lavan, right? Both of them want the one. What do we say? In the Haggadah? Lavan decreased as a whole. Like, Lavan wanted to do everything, but if Bilam decreased as a whole, both have the same stated meaning. The Gemara says, Ksei ben Bar, Ksei ben no Ba'ar. So it says, the son of Ba'ar. So in one passage says that Bilam was the son of Ba'ar, and then it indicates that Ba'ar was the son of Bilam. Which one is it? I'm sorry. Good. I'm going to go for Aviv, they know who the Nabi is. So in certain respect, Ba'ar was the son of Bilam, the son of his son that came to prophecy. In other words, his father was Ba'ar, his son was Bilam. Bilam was a great prophet of his father, and therefore he was the father of he's like the father. He's a father to his father in the land of prophecy. Okay, Bilam was Lo Asi La'amudasi. Really awesome. So what's interesting. Now, the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that seem to indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. The non-Jews go to Olam Haba as well. So which the Gemara says, Mas Nisim Goni, and this is not Shtimatologist. Who's it being this reflect? So the Gemara Rabbi Yeshua, he designed Rabbi Lazar Omer, Yeshua Rishon L'Sholah, called Ben Shvek Elokim. So what's it say? Yeshua Rishon L'Sholah. What does it mean? That says the wicked will go to the Sheol together. Elu Poshe Yisrael, first the sinners of Israel. All Goyim Shechei Elohim, all the Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Poshe Kochadu. Now listen, this is interesting. If you notice over here, you see in the Gemara you have a little bit of a good day, a good days, a good days. So the changes, by the way, if you look over it, it says Elo Umos Ha'olam. Really, it's supposed to say this refers to the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how do you become Moshe Oter? If you look at Agos 15, it says, right, Fusiyat Lefi HaSensor. This Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. Originally said that again, members of the nation of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. All of them. That all of them are us for Jews. All of us for Jews, not for the nations of the world. The censors changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't open them up, but everyone else does. The Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Yeshua, once again, King Emar, called the full Goyim, Lo Nemar Elot Goyim Shvechei Elokim, Rabbi Yeshua, who was a who's house, Man, Goyim Shvechei Elokim. Looks like she was in my fancy, Jeremiah Focus. Do the nations of the world go to only Rabbi? So one of the things is this: only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't go to only Rabbi. And other things is only Rabbi is only for Jews, not for the most only. Okay. The app also Russia must listen to the even Bilam himself, obviously, our mission clearly subscribes to the idea that the nation righteous Gentiles do go to only Rabbi. Right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our mission is clearly sides with the idea that Allah for the race of righteous Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay? So the Gemara says, even Bilam himself gave a simile. What was the simile? Amar, Thomas Nafshi Mosishan. In Thomas Nafshi Mosishan, Yafarisi Kamo. In Lab, Kini Odef Lami. So Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is usually the fact that I'm going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. Of course, Bilam didn't die naturally. He was killed. So indicates he didn't go to Olam Haba. Remember again, he came back to the Bilam's story. So the elders of Moab and Midian come to try to recruit Bilam. Tana, Midian and Moab were higher than Shalom Eolam. What's the example? The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much listening to love from Shaya, so you must have here the collaboration. So it's going to be it's incredible. Much listening to love from Shaya, the Eder, but I used to travel to two blocks, right? Who really did not get along, right? Always had a lot of animosity. But the aid of efforts. What happens? Attack one of the dogs. So the other dog says, I'm gonna attack any also Hayon, Horig also, with the Machar Ba alive. So the second dog says, I will help the first dog, even though I really don't like him. Today the wolf is being killed. What's going to happen? Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill you. Therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? The idea over here, so even though the dogs don't like each other, they united. Same idea. I'm on it. So Midian and Moab did not get along at all. But they had a common enemy of parents. Therefore, they teamed up together. I'm going to pop behind the dummy in sheep. Harkushta, the Shona, Altu, Hidula, the Tabra, the Dish, Yaga. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat one with that. Again, those one doesn't translate so well, right? Much better than the original Aramaic. So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along. When they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast every vanquished enemy. So Vayish was sorry Moab and Bilam. Sorry, so Gemara says that so they come to Bilam, and then the pasuk says that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. So Gemara says, sorry, Midian hate them. So where did the guys from Midian go? So came down with the room. We were probably about to go see Eskandabar Amar Amru Kumish Av Shesonias. So the messengers of Midian realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an obedience, right? Because they say Bilam come first probably so. And Bilam says, you know what? Stay here tonight and I'll get back to you. They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going on. And it said, because the prophet was not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? Rothschild was our father. So the message that we can realize it's probably not good. He's just not going to touch him. So they went home. I'm not knocking it. Chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, I feel the Kabe Shmaya Mahani. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool. Right? In chutzpah, even again, the Baruch is able to affect change. So it's a correct sin. But so if you want, in the beginning when Bilam asked the Baruch to go in first bodies, right? So the Baruch says, don't go with them. And amazingly enough, Bilam insists with the Basov, it says, go with them. Go with them. Whereas what do you see from here? Bilam was chutzpah, right? Bilam was chutzpah, but chutzpah sometimes pays off. Unless we know this in life. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understanding that in a negative way. Sometimes chutzpah can actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, that's a balance. We haven't do that work well. But again, you see from it when a person is adamant about something, sometimes even if each particle admires, so to speak, their adamant. I'm not sure it's chutzpah, no, he's still not talking. Chutzpah is like a thing without a crown. That thing without a crown has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to affect some level of change. This goes back to yesterday's back. Remember again, the story we saw about the two Jews being captive. Or right, what did the captive say? I'm sheikh order topic. That's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's kept us. Right? Chutzpah, the stiff neck piece of Kavi's ultimately again is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. Sick. I look at you. Bilam, Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. Shimshon b'shtei raglo. Shimon was crippled in both of his legs. Shneimar, Shvifon alei orak, Hanoshech tikvisnos. Bilam subachas me'inafaya. Bilam was blind in one eye. Shneimar, Shesum ha'ayin. Good. Kosim ba'amasai. Furthermore, interestingly enough, he did sorcery with his makom milah. All right. I don't know. All right. Sigmar says, it says over here, no felt the heck. Okay. No felt the galoy enai. Sifasam in Haman no felt alamita. So lush no felt the lush of the condition. So see from here that again, his sorcery was done again. Sorcery was done with the Makamila Itmar. Arzutra Amar Kosim Ba'anamasahara. Arzutra said that again he did sorcery again with his Makamila. Marbid Ravina Amar Sheba al Asona. And the thing that it means is he engaged immorality with his dance. Right? Gemara says, so Gardmanda Rakosim Alasahara Bidamina. Gemara says that he did sorcery again with his Amos that we just saw before. Manda Rabala Sono. I know that he originally did that. Sifafa Kara Shafav. Awesome. Game Big Ragna on the place. Kara Nafal Shafav. So once he uses the same Russian over here as Kara, right? Fully touching over. It's the same Russian that's used by Sisra, or according to the Medrash, she had a relationship with him. Now, you're there, that's our road. And ultimately, again, so Bilam knew the Das Rakashwal. Hashtag Das Bandova Haviyada, Das Alien Haviyada. So again, Bilam couldn't control the donkey. Right? It was we know the story, right? Where Bilam, the donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the malach, the angel with the outstretched sword. Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. So the says Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how a Baruch works. So that's what the Gemara says. So the Gemara says, "My das man, the Amrulay says it is." So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amrulay, because ultimately again, the ministers of Moab said to the following: "Amrulay, my Kamalora Chafte Sisra." So this is very interesting. When Bilam finally goes with the ministers of Moab, the ministers of Moab were surprised that he was building on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse?" Right? What's going on here? So I say, "Sha'am levu, Shaddai Bertiva." So I say, "This is great." So Bilam says, oh, you know what? Like, it's fantastic. Like, why are you in hunger? And a guy like you, right? A guy like you should be, I don't know, where's your Cadillac? You know, so he says such things. He says, oh, this is a loaner. It's a loaner. It's in a shop. It's in a shop, right? You know, my horse is out. You know, my horse is out, it's racing. It's doing its thing. It's even the really means like in the marshlands. On the lake, Allah knows the asshole come. So once it's said, I was like, really? Really? I'm a loner? I'm the donkey. I'm the donkey. Yeah, Bilam says, yeah, you're my donkey, but the Tikina Ba'alma. I don't really divide on you. I just use you to go ahead and transport stuff. You're like my you're my hitch. You know, you're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my machine. Like my horse. I would never have to be cut down on a donkey like this. So donkey says, really? Asher Achafta Alai. What are you talking about? You use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. No. I cry about Alma, but that's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is the old father of Israel. That's what I'm talking about. You're riding on me again for forever. Hello, Elor Shani Osalacham my Sikishus Balayla. Okay, right? And furthermore, again, the donkey says, right, literally again, yeah, says, I provide many services for you, right? Transportation and other, right? Transportation and other. That's the donkey. By the way, it's fascinating about this is you always see like it's interesting that the donkey is like saying to Philip, but at least the deer knock your turf. You know, at least you actually is such a lover. Like he's such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me. At least recognize the role that I play in your life. Like you want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate and a degenerate. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, Siv Hafa Haskin is like, which is also like Philosophers. Allah might be a day at that time. It was obviously again. One of those guys arguing with donkeys. What does it mean that you are like donkey? So Rosh Hashanah, like having also Shah Shah's broken toys. What Purim knew is the exact moment that the Shwanku gets angry. That Torah's will say the Roshon gets angry for just one moment a day. Philip knew that exact moment. I mean, Sefarna my God, it's Balak Melachor. Yeah, she did like Yogo. What does it mean? What does it mean, the righteousness of Hashem? Mailaman Kanas Tzedakos Hashem. How much Tzedakos Asisima? No one Bill was trying to pursue. How much Tzedakah I didn't also. Remember again, Bilam didn't the exact moment that God got angry. But besides the miracle, all the days that Bilam was trying to pursue, I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if Bilam would have cursed you during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. If Bilam would have destroyed you. So if Rothschild says, miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, sorry about it. So let's say, interesting enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Bala. I've got it all figured out. I know that if I curse God and start during this one moment when this person gets angry, I can destroy them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Christ. So I don't say, mid-story, I'm leaving over here a little bit of cliffhanger, and then we'll finish up with Bilam tomorrow. Remember this. Thank you so much. Here's the joke. Great sound inside. E-O-N-E-C-E-Y. joke books for the holidays right now. You can buy your official Kiltony joke book directly from him on Instagram. They're custom. If you want to cut anything customized, they have your wife's face. Of course, the great Ryan J. Ego also with a ton of Kiltony applications. Volume 3 of the new Kiltony art book coming soon. All right. This is exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is this young lady's second ever appearance on the show. The first time she was on the show, she absolutely killed. We literally were talking about recently about how we wanted her to get back up here. She signs up every week. Make some noise for Molly Ivins, everyone. It's a very funny young lady.
Yes, I could never Rabbi's begin because I can't do all of that. I was sponsors for this morning share. Today, Baruch Hashem. Our accountability sponsor for Caption today, 5785. Because push Bacha, a little bit of a different sponsorship this morning of coming from the mission. The big master club. Who's just friend Benjamin Wall on the marriage of Benjamin's dear son Tibia to Shiva, beautiful couple. Where Rebbe Hashem the ends and reference to all our clouds. Incredible. I come with other parts of the month of research. Thank you today. Talking to the answers via the call on WhatsApp yesterday. Thank you. Very happy Father. In celebration of the recent birthdays of his wife Jackie and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palakova, New Jersey. Mazel Tov, Hashem continues salvation in the month of Nisan. And allowing this company sponsor for the month of Nisan and the source of symptoms for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of the month of God Yisrael on May. And I'm not worried, going back about it. And wishing the outside of Father Small and Zachariah, their grandmother Sarah Bass from his grave. And some shit, I've got one sponsor for today. So you can see it. In honor of the consider of the Shara learner to where Hannah Harakal, the Mazel Club, the honor of Shoshana, and continue to not classify the entire Mishpah. Now for the always now for life being God, Hashem, Mishpah, the Father, to the Jumper, to walk inside Mazel Club. And it's actually seen both the singing and the other help of the position of Mazel Club. I mean, that's what Shana told us. Mazel Club, was a question. No social media or about hostages. Our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole announcing again and indeed, the local research should be a Geula, and let Hashem, a personal Geula, national Geula, and let Hashem, the color. Doesn't that last be a lot of details? Great back from us today. And he's got this cooked out. You have to give up on cooked dinner on the beginnings. He left us a 10 or 100 years, which is about 15 lines down from the scripture. Daniel, very today. Absalom came against the Lord. Absalom doesn't have a fortune in the North Carolina. Absalom, the son of Shabbalamelech, who led in rebellion against his father. So Absalom doesn't have a fortune in the Shemar. Okay, so Absalom then see that Kubal Nazar, who is saying that Absalom, the Shemar, and Shemar, the Shemar, Achos, the Akakyo, the Omar, who is the question behind the Ya'as, Harad, and Reactions, the Kayin, the Only so this is interesting. Here it says, and it's in the Achos, and Akakyo, all the kings of Mount Israel who did bad stuff. And the way the Bible refers to them is that they did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Yekhaim is true. Yekhaim is from Halakha again, they do not come back with stress and they sin. And on the other hand, many don't. They don't come to heaven. They don't go to heaven. They're not called Rashi points out over here. Yekhaim, when you go to all the bodies of the king, they don't even marry the heaven. It's very interesting. There are certain people again who are neither resurrected, nor are they put in the heaven. You know what it says? So they got so going to look at it, they got director. So it's quite fascinating because again, this legal state is simply worse than anything else. And if the person goes to the home, so we know again the home as a cleansing property under the summer. Going to the home around the summer ultimately again regain its love to move forward. the ability to go ahead and go to the Haram, the ability to show from the Russian Sufi, the rich and the General. The guy done not to shut up the nation as in the old. I got to really to show him half the past. The garment of the social networks with the last of our generation. So, in addition to all the other results, that the nation introduced, apparently there was also a tremendous amount of blood that was shed, to the point that the Islamists would be plugged from one end to the other. So the Lord says, so the Lord tells them, when exactly is it that it actually is? So that it actually spilled all of this blood. What does it mean? Is that literal? What does it mean? If he was multi-dimensional, child Yeshaya. Some say things that he killed Yeshaya alone. Incredible. That although it was one person, so it was Yeshaya, he said that this is called that Yeshaya from one into the other with blood. And the Araba Amr, and the Prophet said, Sha'asat Salam, Nasri Allah Bini Adam. The literally teach this, so the nation made them not ready well. The height itself was so great. And it required 1,000 people to lift it. Or the Holy Holy Spirit, and every day it would kill all of them. So apparently there was this idol that he commanded 1,000 people to lift up. But the weight of the idol was too much, and it was kind of crashing down upon those who were ahead and carried it. So he killed 1,000 people every day. But there's a tremendous metaphor in that station where there are the difference between like the sensibilities of every other, that was too heavy to carry and comfortable to carry it. Compare that with what the Gemara says about the oil. Right? That the Kohanim, the only one who carry the oil, what does the Gemara say? Ha'aron yosi esrosah. The oil carried those who carried it. When you put your focus into the right things, when you put your energies into the right things, those things lift you up. You put your clock into Torah, you put your clock into Avodah Hashem, you put your clock into Eretz Yisrael. Those things lift you up. You put your energy, your strength, and your time into the wrong thing, and those things will crush you. Right? Those things will carry you. Those things will crush you. Those things will finish you. Tremendously so. What you put that heart into, those very, very like that, very things that very heavy, that very intricate, the lifting of carrying it. You know, also, how the other about my fellow. Shkila and Shema show side with us until the color of the Kula. Beautiful, you know. The woman in Shema the Savage, and Shema is a movie of Palestine. So the Shema is a very high generation. Who is that? So now, I'm going to shout out how this is like for you that Menashe killed Yeshaya. And I don't Menashe quote unquote only killed one person. Right? But the nice, again, the classic records, you know, if you kill, you can find the blood from one end to the other. So he wants his sin, pass out, the sin. So it's at least that Menashe says he built an idol, singular, and then he says he built idols, plural. So which one is it? I'm going to go, right? The Tila Asala Prince of Ahad, you get one beginning, Menashe made an idol with one face. One face, the Yabasot, Asala, Adar, Kutsukun, the Shatir, in the face. At the end, they are making an idol with 4 different faces, not 4 different faces. As we see this, the man is positioned with innovation and flesh. And we wanted it to be dash the Mesa, down the Mesa, wherever that's the spot to knuckle, the spot to the street, you see the idol, wherever it was. So it's like, you know, like that level of chutzpah. You wanted to make sure that we got some sort of past and no one saw the idol. Incredible. So you know, it was like that. Akos, now we get the idea. So Akos went ahead and put his idol in the upper story of the Mesa itself. Okay, you know, share my God, and the difference is that the difference of share about Menashe had to do with Menashe. He put his idol in the base of the first itself. So you're my way, or you're not. Unless he cuts out here, so I said that the guys, I'm not sure what that is, right? You show us about that, you should be yourself. I see what you show. I'm going to get this in this special connection. I'm going to take a step further. And I'm going to put the idol literally in the Kodesh connection, the heavy place. You know, right? He cuts up on the sun, this Hashem, which is like, and I say Hashem to this place. So let's listen to this part, it's actually quite interesting. The part of you just follows. Nice to cuts it on the sun, to wish that. What does it mean that it's a couch? What does it mean? The couch was too short
to stretch out. What does that mean? ومن شرح الأمور زائد حتى على سياسة المشتعلة على شوية كافة. Because for this interest is too small for two people to work together. The two girls is the other stuff in the party and have a result. Right? Like everyone is. It is like the same people in both the share and have a result. And that's what it goes in the sense we said. Like this time that's the good for the two of us. If you're going to put out all these zealot in the other side, I'm out. I'm out. What's it take for the largest line? Now that I have my head to shut up, we're going to cover. The cover itself is too narrow. Pretty much, I love the show last night. I'm not going to cover much like I grab, how I walk. We're not going to come to the prosecutor's flag. He's a niche of possible corners, and we know how long. I say, no, myself, I'm sorry. So it's about people who said that we look on yourself, but we're going to command the seas. We command the seas. Who has to contend with an idol to share the cover? As much as I say, you have to share a cover, and the cover's too small. You can do it how it's not because the cover's too small. But of course, one cover me, and yeah, of course, so yes, that's a ring, but we won't make sure that we have the cover, we have to host the cover. Exactly the point, we have the cover. Our fans keep outside of what the customers are talking about. So also when I have our fans to learn how to head and to stop the evaluation of us, and to also really again translate the study of Torah. So to get a full Torah on that, we now show Hazard has colors. We now show the heart and scratch out really and scratch out the into the Holy Bible from the Torah. The highest thing is there. And we went ahead and we described it there. If you know, I know, some of us have thought I had a lot. Shemanis al-Gabim is there. I know we went ahead and put the Torah and put it in tablets. Maybe what tablets upon it is there. Represent again in action. In action. Achos, this year's however, is the word Achos committed to moral relationships. Menashe, Ba'al Achosa. Menashe relationship with sisters. Amon, Ba'al Umar. Amon, unfortunately, engaged in active incest with his mother, Shmuel. Sweetie, Amon, Hajj, Ashma. And look over that, it's also better Christian say this is the natural progression of things. The moment that the moment for over is no longer your body force. Right? And the moment that a person is not able to insist of real religious development in their life. And idolatry is their only way to some slave terms. That's idolatry. Idolatry is when you make God in your own image. You decide what you want, and you create a system around that. The moment that occurs, by definition, immorality is sweet to follow. Remember, the making of the words of Kadmon society and Torah, the Kadmon Shabbat, one says that I'm going to learn how to break the Torah, and just says that in carry on the mission with his mother. I'm going to let you know how you step out of law, and not what she has said, man. Versus interesting, you know, his mother said to him, really, like, you know, this, really translated. And how anybody else from the face when you move from like the way that shit was like the way you do it. So what's it? I want to explain on the outside. I'm going to have this explain. I want to is it doing up right there. This is about anger and God. And this is it. That's what that is. So you might go back to it. I'll see a yucking analysis to this. And the yucking came on the scene. He said, "Kamai, no yadi la azize." Right? So ultimately, again, la azize. So this is incredible. You're lucky to do it. The one between the only Satan using you how to anger God. I could show you how to anger God. Right? It's just so fascinating. What do you see in all this? It's like shocking. When you think about it that way, people didn't believe. If you don't believe, then fine, but just go on your way. Why do we anger God? Why do we anger God? Why do we feel like we fall through the stuff that you're not doing? He said that he's talking about yesterday. When you're secure enough in your own beliefs, you do not need other people to agree with you. Like, what do you have to spend your life trying to show other people why it is that they're wrong? The only people who need to show everyone else why they're wrong, and the only people who need everyone to agree with them are people who are fundamentally and fully insecure. And what people is like, I'm going to do my thing. I don't need you
to buy into it. This accurate belief and this need to delegate stuff to the Polish Roman represents a heightened level of insecurity. As people add these young girls deep down the new Rothschild was, who were to be Polish Roman was and they knew where their allegiance should be. You look around like that can be slow. So you have to believe and you have to rebel and you have to give the shot every day. So comes your lessons. And I will show these guys how to sing. First of all, you know what you can learn, right? First thing you need to God showed is the sun. Is the sun. We need to live in sun. You chose us, Rabbi. Shine boat. We told Allah that because it's back this sun, we have this type of goal, this Havaian goal, which has been very shadowy and messy. So we have to say, you can light the world to do that. I don't know about that, how to that shut up. But we were talking to something like that. You don't know this, you don't know that. How people go like that, it's called to share my idea, I can't say, you don't have to watch that to my face. I don't know how to find that school on it. Maybe like, you're not to say that you're because you have to do it because it's in the class. Maybe like, somebody comes to class and she has Hashanah, July, Hashem, yeah, I was going to say, you know, like this, this is your luck with God against the Kodesh one side. No matter how much a deacon tries to run away from Hashem, it can't do it. It can't do it. It's this inevitable pull between man and God that always pulls man back to his choice. Sometimes we go back easier, sometimes we go back faster, but we always return back to trouble. I'm going to love about Moses. They might have money as your lucky. Also, if you're lucky, look at the bad guy. Why we see that included in the list of things, we don't have a fortune in the world to come. Like in the story with these three things, why do you think you have lucky listed as well? We shouldn't have said that. Yes, over there are lucky, which are also I need salad. Because after the Pasuk says, the rest of the things that we are lucky, and all of these abominations that we did, and all the different things I need salad, and that which was found upon him. So we learn to learn from this. What is I need salad? What the question is that which was found upon him? And what's the Russia? Chadamai, Shekaka, Shem, Abodas, Kohabim, Al, Amasa. Stop. One said that he had a tattoo on his muscle, and what did he tattoo there? He tattooed the name of his Avodah. Right? The Chadamai, Shekaka, Shem, Shemayim, Al, others say that no, he actually tattooed the name of his father on his muscle. And what's the what is that? So this goes back to Shabbos, it's back to the again. We spoke about the dust, right? And we spoke about Akipoton, and then people have these visions of fire coming out of the next and new life. Again, it represents vitality. So again, you have a result piece there, you have another piece there, ultimately representing what this is the entirety of his life. Obviously, tattooing of his father was an incredible for him to go ahead and disparage and disrespect of his father. So this is the first one that the Gemara doesn't answer why you are yucking about it. So the Gemara answers, the Gemara asks, so the Gemara talks about this whole tattoos out over here, and then leaves it. We'll come back to your yucking a little bit more on this flowers. So you know the language. I don't know why your yucking wasn't included in the list. But I'll tell you some other things like that people like, man, my mother is Micha. What's a Micha? A Micha. My memory will be so that Micha on Shabbos is that as well. Micha, that's a skinless for very long time. I remember when Micha was a baby who was rescued by Moshe from the bricks. And he was a Jewish baby who was thrown into the bricks, into the structures. And he used to reproduce the part of the bricks. Moshe was also on it. He's not going to start. He said he's going to let me run my boy. Honestly, I know that he gives very good. There's the baby out. It turns out when you talk, he's like in a couple of things. Either he for himself what I call the Zara, or ultimately to the answer like that. Actually, two possibilities. I don't do this actually. I shall just I read all the time.
Oh, look what the fuck it is. Look what the fuck it is. How you living, Pim? Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Yep. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
You
whooping your ass every time we play mini golf? Yeah, but you love it. It's like a bondage situation. The ass kickings that I deliver arguably could be. I intentionally inflict emotional distress on you, baby. So yeah, it could be considered assault. Dude, you know you can go back. Just make it small. All the way to zero. All the way to zero. Dude, just fuck them. No, you haven't. That's bullshit. I know you didn't. You sent me a message on Telegram.
Can I get it?
No. Eat that fucking turkey. Oh, that was garbage. I think I did. Oh, geez. That was terrible. Oh, what a shot. Arguably prostitution. Arguably prostitution.
If they're consenting then yes. If they're not, then yes.
Yeah, of course. No, but a few years ago, California changed the law so that it was not illegal for a woman to, it was like in 2017 or so, 2019 or something. We changed the law so that it wasn't legal. You couldn't be prosecuted for prostitution. You could just be prosecuted for like solicitation of prostitution, which meant that women could basically do it. It was just illegal to procure them as a man. Yeah. And the reason why they did that was too many people were getting hit with like that's the only way that like a lot of these women had to be able to provide for themselves. They also changed something. I don't know. I forget what it was, but it was something like if you were under 18 as a woman, you couldn't be charged with it as well. But the guy, of course, could be. There was something along those lines too. So basically, it made it much easier for prostitution to occur, and it is. It's prevalent, but I mean, not real. Like it's, I would say it's very professional. Generally, like there are websites, and you find some chick, and like you can give ratings. There's like it's pretty safe, like in comparison to what it once was. And
right? So failure to do so, failure to open your home to the other, when a fact gets in psychosis,
there are all kinds of like resources for people who feel like they're being trafficked. But is it legal? No, it's only legal in like a few counties in Nevada. So the state over, they have legal brothels, but they're very expensive, and they're very famous. They're like they've been on like they've had like shows on HBO and stuff. But the way those work is they you go there and you they have like the one that is like on HBO is the one that I know is like the most popular one. It's like Bunny Ranch. Basically, your shut up, so don't even try. So basically, they have like a bar that you go. Well, you can request a lineup of the women, and they come out, and then you choose the one that you like. And if you like them, then they'll take you to their room, and usually the price is really expensive. Like normally, at least in like LA, it's usually like $200 for full service, but there it's like $500, and that's not even like everything. But like in LA, it's you don't know. This person could be a cop. This one time, I was on stream, or I at least have this on video, on camera. I was it was real weird. So like, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Coliseum, but basically it's where they had the 1984 Olympics. A bunch of Olympics have been there. Well, two of them. And then they're going to have it in 2028 there. What are you doing, Zook?
My tongue screen not working. I said I should get in touch.
Did you restart your phone?
Yeah. Good. No, not working the next one.
What'd you say? Go, it might work on the next hole.
Yeah, next on the next one. Just go. And again, hospitality, human kindness, just basic human kindness.
Anyway, this one time, okay. And I have this up. Not if your fucking screen doesn't work.
My screen will work on full.
Okay, just give me a second. This one time I was streaming like all of the different like tourist attractions of Los Angeles, and I was at the Coliseum, and I parked my car in this parking lot that literally had no one in it, 0 people, giant parking lot. And these two guys come up to me and they're like, yeah, it's like $40 to park there. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's $40 to park there. And they're like, if you don't pay us, when you come back, your car will be fucked up. And I'm like, well, I don't want that to happen. They basically are like extorting people. And I was like, what the fuck? So I went and I moved my car to somewhere else and took some video by the Coliseums. And then when I was done, I was walking back to my car, and there's this lady who, like, this is like a really, really rough area of Los Angeles, extremely rough. Like, it's South Central. It's like what you hear in, like, movies and stuff. So anyway, she comes up to me, and I could tell that this woman was a cop who was acting like a prostitute. And because there's like no other reason why this woman would have been there. And I always thought that was interesting, that like she was trying to catch somebody. Anyway, that's my story for that. All right, so Zoo, do you want to play? Okay, just a moment. Taking care of some shit. Okay. Just a moment, dog. I'm sending you an invite.
What is everybody doing?
Hey, Mr. Aquarius, how are you? Mr. Aquarius.
I'm not gonna be quiet. No, I'm not. No, sir.
Mr. Aquarius, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's my time to come up here.
That's right.
Thank you. Play bowling.
Absolutely. So, why are you being rude?
No, I have my phone on sorry. I'll have Mr. Carter.
Let's turn me down just a notch. We're gonna play. Let's go. Come on, dude. Let's go.
Because your son,
Rabbi wins.
I don't know.
you have to stop and know. And that's not
I hope you do.
I
hope you win.
Shaw would have been saved.
I like
would have been saved.
I like
it.
Luke win. Let's go.
Yeah, strike. Yeah, strike. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good.
So why is it put back? Why is it
We better if I'm fair. Mr. Crow, Rabbi is right.
Yeah, I hope so.
We have the accent.
Yeah.
That was ugly. That was extremely ugly.
How did we have the same show?
Yeah.
Sandwiched by righteousness, therefore again, that provided him some level of salvation.
I have it.
So there's another reason why wasn't
And she gets
why wasn't that previous person done? Because Akas had some level of righteousness. And that again, he wasn't good.
She's good.
Are you ready for a bet?
We're ready for wherever you want.
Mr. Kerr.
Come on, Rabbi.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready?
Being positive about you. It's okay. When we win. I want us to all win. When we all win. Okay? Let's go. Come on, Luke. You got this. Let's go. Come on.
So there's a plus for us. And ultimately, again, so why wasn't Ammo? Why isn't Ammo also?
Rabbi.
Rabbi gets his bell.
Yes.
The people who lost their portion of it.
How do you have themselves?
Get that spit out. Let's go.
If that's the case,
then Menashe also shouldn't go and use his portion to
Come on back. Come on back. Let's go. Let's go. Come on back. Come on. Straight. Right, straight.
So why not? Why doesn't his righteous father save him from the
Right, let's go. Right, let's go.
Mizaki Abba, Abba lo Mizaki Abba.
Right, Rabbi, let's go.
The father doesn't benefit his son. Now, what does that mean?
Where is she?
The actions of his son have the ability to go ahead and
Move it. What's going on?
Yeah, my phone just said glitches, and it just showed me Mr. Francis striking Zeus. And that's all.
So therefore, by definition,
Leg.
Exactly.
Don't get it.
That was garbage. You're right. You're right, Zeus. That's okay. I'll live with that.
Incredible idea.
It's a good question. I think it's 150.
These righteous sons have the ability to provide salvation ultimately again for their father, but Abba won't exactly go.
Let's go.
Cannot go ahead and also is a tremendous reserve that was also American as well. As a matter of fact, we can go ahead and we can give our children, hopefully give them everything they have materially, but spiritually. But at the end of the day, choice about what they want. Give yourself anything and everything is the truth that you're going to utilize it.
It was fair. Oh, sorry. You lost.
Incredible. So I said, other so
Reload.
children.
Let's go. Rabbi.
Some people for father.
Excellent, big dog.
There's one who, once again, can give us all the opportunities in the world and force us to become great. Right? We have the greatest father in the world. And just because we have the greatest father in the world, Mr. on our part doesn't get us anywhere. The fact
Nice strike.
Father is very nice.
Thank
But
you.
when I say, what does that actually do for me? I choose to take decisive action on my own. So when I do great things, Rabbi Zaki Abba. The fact
Give me
that
something.
is great.
Give me some garbage. Check
I
out.
have to become great. I have to take satisfaction on my own. Incredible. תפסיד איני אדימציה, אין אברהם מציה Yishmael, אין יצחק מציה.
What the hell is that?
Abraham can't save Yishmael, and Yitzchak can't save Esau. You get the greatest father in the world, which is still.
I keep scoring on.
Okay, don't give up.
Just try. You get to try.
Can't save you. Have the greatest father in the world, but if you want the greatness for your own life, you have to make a decision.
Oh, that was close.
Let's go, Rabbi.
Here wasn't the good of 17.
West Aquarius is the only person I've ever seen. I've seen other people do it, but I've seen her do it twice.
Have you seen that Don Roa?
Certainly on television. I
Go,
haven't watched it in real life.
Oh my God. Ferguson is
Come on, babe. Come on.
So was a tattoo artist, right?
Time is
So again, and some unsavory tattoos. So at the end of the day,
Mr. Corey,
he
you know that part?
To which the
And I'm betting Rabbi.
So you have to have one more round. I know.
Zoals van het was maar niet zo story. Op de skull of no
That is so hard. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on.
on his skull.
Let's go.
Okay, Rabbi's only one question.
Something else will happen
It's
to
there.
you.
It's
Thank
there.
you, ma'am.
So say watch this.
Rabbi's only 6 minutes. Rabbi's only 3 points.
I'm
gonna distract that. Distract that. Final round. You got me with.
So we grandfather right there was once walking down the skull. A skull that was discarded by the ancients. The fire skull.
It's 9 today.
It's very strange. Right? Remember when I said Yerushalayim, first of all, if you don't bury anyone,
It's a curse.
Hold on, dude. I can't tell you when I'm playing.
It's hard to see.
I can't play. I can't tell you every shot. Where the hit it? Come on. Hey. What's
It's just talking.
Come on, sis.
Are we ready? Those are 2 guys. So 2 guys. That was there.
Skull of King Yehoiakim.
I just lost.
Unfortunately, again, part of this punishment was to be buried as a punishment of
You can get this. You can get this.
Must
Get it.
You
got it. That was beautiful.
Now you're gonna get a shrug.
So now, realize the grandfather right. It's not right. He's still a king. It's a king.
Come on, Rabbi. Got this, Rabbi. Go.
Obviously, God was
Are you serious? Give me this. What a good story. What a good story. Give me this. I'll take it. You win, I win. We win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Absolutely.
This idea in her head.
Okay.
So she saw the skull chase really was
In the morning,
Sweet dreams for Aquarius. Take care.
His first wife. So he wants to shove it up and we have a call stuff. So she fired up the oven, she threw the skull in the oven and incinerated the skull back to it. You see, zones support that kind of stuff. I'll say after this happened, you realize this was the
Yeah. I just have to use the restroom.
So let's say so again. This was your Yaakov punishment. Because this was your Yaakov punishment, for what? For how much of it he got hold of.
Yeah.
That's why he's not counted.
Go message Riser. Tell Riser to come in here. Okay, we'll play pool with him. Get Riser in here. What's Riser doing? Okay, what did he say?
So I'll say we're going to see the whole story unfold over here in just a moment.
I'll be right back, and then I'll send you an invitation.
He praised himself a bit too much. So the Shah told Bennett Assisi, so history said, which one have I done what you asked of me? So Ma'os Bishviot. Zero says Assisi Ma'os. Bishviot Ma'os, Nothing often al Shochanom. So because ultimately his girl did 2 things wrong. Number 1, he praised himself. Number 2, he asked the Kodesh Baruch Hu for signs for certain brachas. As a result of this, Achula, so Nothing Achula Shochanom. Gentiles think that is stable.
stable. Because again, foreigners hate that is stable because God is for his church. We're telling this the honor this year. Whoever invites idolaters into his home and serves them, causes exile for his son. The first of the widest lines, so Hiskia had these representatives of Melech Babylon's home. It showed them all the greatness of his home. So it was Amrad, my base Naksa, what is my base Naksa? Ishtal Ishkasa Leon. Hiskia's own wife served them. This was considered to be a lack of tznius, like in heaven. Right? But when I said he had his own wife serve these Obdikotam, which says, these men of our lands showed them the treachery. He had special weaponry that was able to destroy any other weaponry, and he showed it to them. And this isn't appropriate. He showed off too much to these visitors, and that caused dullness. So when I will say, now he was going to go, now that we spoke about Hiskiel, now that Babel ultimately comes and destroys the base of Mikdash. Now, that's actually part of the reason why he was going to launch into a little discussion of the and interpretation of the river of Susan.
You have an invitation.
So how was it? Remember again, Echa means like how. How did the city of Yerushalayim sit or lay desolate? So I'm Rabbi, was a very good in Gemara. I'm Rabbi, why did Khan Yisrael ultimately again? Why is Echa? Right? Again, in general.
Oh, wow. Look at all those that you put in, dude.
Like Echa is like wine.
Pocketed 2 balls.
It represents the astonishment of the scope of destruction. Like,
did you know that?
Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why was the problem so purged? Why Echad is a very well nation? Because ultimately, you know that your Echad 36 violated the 36 prohibited relationships. You're going to miss it. Therefore, again, when it comes to Echad. You know that I just wrote Echad 6.
Yes.
Fascinating, right?
You think I am?
I would move my ball and I would go for the win. That was terrible.
No matter what you do, it's not going to show, so it's going to show, so it's going to be spelled.
Two sides of the same coin. It's just corrupting energy. Like, what's immorality? Immorality is you're too should have been nice too. Right? That's what immorality is.
Wasn't it terrible Trump?
Desire for selfishness and change in a different way towards selflessness. So on one hand, after this person
What did you do with Riser?
kindness, that's what it is.
Sleeping.
Incredible.
Are you sure?
Incredible.
His anal flop.
Does
that mean he's asleep?
Because ultimately, again, because we violated
It could be a sleep.
So you might say, Yush to love like that. What does it mean that the city sat desolate? I'm not אני אמרתי באיש כמנסוע ככה.
Should I do a voice battle spot?
What does that mean?
So,
Roasting another
Yeah.
I want to listen to me populated.
Do you know who the Canadian
Oh, no way, really? Yeah, you should get up there and tear him a new asshole.
That is so heavily populated. So I'm a good version of
You didn't hit the right ball, dog.
So they had this mechanism to grow the population. Again, it's not it's a good thing. It's what they employed ultimately to maximize birth rates. Okay, I said how now. So I said, right now, the city shall be too much of widow.
Yeah, big time. You proud of me?
Her husband, a woman whose husband went for a long time, but she knew one day he would come back. That's why I have to phrase this. You try to be like widow. He left us. He left us. Right? He left you, Sharon. He left us. But he didn't fully leave us. We know that one day, Mary Hashem, the cutoff husband, right? The Rothschild is going to come back to his beloved. So great amongst the nations, we will go over the lands. Was a kind of a Kamakushin wherever Jews go, Jews become great. That's it, isn't that a word? And by the way, this is fantastic income. I guarantee. It doesn't matter how far we're scattered, it doesn't matter where we're at, wherever we go, we become great. Turn up on them. That's an incredible deal right here. So this by the way, is an overwhelming deal for this.
How does it feel to have your guarantee be nothing? What a shot. That was amazing. We're done.
So what happened to two Jews? They say, the higher Shabbai and the captain was walking behind them on the base. So just to understand.
You know why? Would you mention things that you shouldn't mention? Like offing yourself or the death of someone else. I can't do that on my stream, my man. No, I've already gotten hit with you for other stuff, and I don't want to get hit for anything else. It's okay. I mean, you just gotta understand. When you do that, I have to take away the fun. It's like a kid with a ball. I'll play ball with you, but the second that you don't play by the rules, I gotta take the ball away. Medical misinformation, racial things, things about ending your life or ending the life of someone else, threats. These aren't my rules. These are YouTube's rules, and they do change. I'm trying to think of what else. Like you can't play copyrighted stuff, but you can do that. And what else? You can't talk about like children, like bad stuff with kids. That's generally. But this isn't the first time that you've come in here and been like, you're gonna die, or I'm gonna kill you, or that kind of stuff. You can't do that.
I didn't say that.
You said, I guarantee that you're gonna die.
It remains on the ground unabsorbed.
You gotta be smarter than this, dude.
One of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. How do you know that?
I tried to get you help.
Just relieves himself right.
And you lied. And you said you were getting help. And then you said you had an appointment. And it's just, dude, I've got to be honest with you. You aren't going to be able to build friendships nor a deep personal relationship with a woman if you cannot control your words.
He checks all of his eyes. Sure enough, Cameron's blind in one eye.
Sure enough, one skin right, one
I mean,
skin
you
is
even
one,
came in
one
here.
skin is
There you go.
one skin is here, and sure enough, two guys leading it. One is Jewish, one is not Jewish.
To anybody else watching out there, you see what I've gone through with this person. I've tried to get them help. And for anybody out there who's like being too hard, he knows there's some subjects. I mean, previously I told him I just stopped playing when he starts mentioning these things. He mentioned it with Riser like 2 weeks ago or so. And I corrected him then. He mentioned it. He's a tough person with him to be friends. And it would be one thing if it were like he was trying to seek help for it and going through therapy and stuff. I can live with that. I can live with that. I can play with that. But if you don't go seek therapy, you're not going to help yourself. My friendship is a privilege.
Quoted this Gemara in one of his drushes in Tafshin Aleph in 1940. He quoted this Gemara, and he says, "What is the pshat with this? What does it mean?" When see, if you notice, by the way, when the captor overhears the Jews speaking, the first thing he says is, "Amshin Olam." They are stiff-necked people. They're stiff-necked people. So he just asked. He says, why does the captain call them a stiff-necked people? Why? He just says something absolutely amazing. He said it is the derech of people that when they go ahead and they encounter difficult circumstances, it breaks their spirit. And how does that breaking of spirit manifest itself? People just give up. They just give up and they just resign themselves to the circumstances. He says, you see what's happening in the story? In this story, the Jews are looking at their circumstances, and what do they do? What are these two captives doing? They're looking for more, trying to figure out more. What is it that's happening? What's the meaning of these circumstances? So they look at the camera, why is the camera like this? Why are the skin like this? Why are the guys like this? And they're always looking for greater meaning. So the captive says, what is the matter with these people? Why can't you just give up? Why can't you just give in? Why can't you just resign yourself to the blatant height of your circumstances? But Klal Yisrael is an action error. You could be being led out in captivity, and you will still look for meaning, and you will still look for deeper understanding, and you will still look for ways in which to grow, to transcend, to live. This is what is overwhelming to the captives. I understand. What would make you people? And the answer is nothing. This Gemara is true. When you gave you an exile under the Samasa, and it was true in 1940 in the North Sagara, when the Pujats and Manish used this same exact Gemara in the present, the Pujats are getting harder together. This is a Torah, they were being let out. They were being let out, literally going to slaughter. The Pujats said, don't give up. We are the anti-shit-order. We are the stiff-necked people. And being the stiff-necked people means two things. Number one, we are in perpetual pressure for growth. And let's say it's important to understand sometimes that we have it really easy. We have it really easy. Most of life is fed to us. To be honest, I think a lot of us find it right. I want more finance, I want more health, I want more desire, but this is all material things. But if you got your phone, how do I make that sense? Yeah, go inside. But think about just from a listener's perspective, how easy you have it. How easy you have it. And Allah has told us because it's so easy inside. This is why we have to push ourselves even more. There's no time to relax. There's no time to take it easy. There's no time to give ourselves a pass. There's no time to say it's tired. There's no time. There's an urgency, especially when we find ourselves in front of Jesus. There's a sense that we're involved. There are great things that are happening. there are years, there are years they are training. And if we just internalize demands like this, push and push and we push, and we relentlessly push, we recognize that we are the unshakable, nothing will just that, nothing will just that, nothing connects out, nothing natural, nothing holds us back. If we could just understand it, and more importantly, understand it, live it. This is the value system that existed like people for thousands of years. And it's the value system which have internalized and actualized to the work that should bring us to the beauty of the color. I think we're going to stop over here for today. Shkoya.
Welcome back. You've been on the show.
Okay, well, it's the window of Microsoft. Oh, Harry, it's looking at password for the jam site today. Microsoft.
Interesting. All of it here in Austin.
I know, but I just need to from Dallas. I did
How's your whole family doing, Christian?
I'll say good morning, good morning, hey guys.
Christy, I like your style. You look like the type of person that
Rothschild is beautiful here this month, and this movie learning is beautiful in the South.
I barely recognize you. Christy, what's your love life like? You leaving any fucking
Together, we give back all of our sponsors for this morning share the thing. I'm the daily sponsors for God's Spirit Daily, because we got them dedicated all the shooting of lectures this year. It's supposed to be so covered for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, the creation of the effort of Paul's father, Paul's Ben Zachariah, great grandmother, Cyril Box Riddle, for both Mr. and Paul Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, both of those Schwarzenegger mentioned in the Sham Shabbat Aliyah. Family in the Kama, which is Joker Mertz Hashem, for the sort of colors for Am Yisrael, for Special Mertz Hashem, with all of our hostages home. The subject should be successful, the whole mass of them should be Joker Mertz Hashem. It should be a month of Nisim in the Christ. And so it looks like we don't yet have a Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisim. There's still opportunities in Mertz Hashem. We would like to do that for another special case, but I would love to one. It's just start with the United States, Saudi Israel. You can see the office in Mertz Hashem for more details. That includes the promotional part of this morning share. And Mertz Hashem, we have to get also today's down page 103. We have to go up in Mertz Hashem on quick days from the day we left off 15 rows up from the bottom. All of nothing. Akum Shakal Haya. Nothing says Akum Shakal. Now, Shakal means is like literally equal. Which means that Akum, so what Akum is saying is that Akum is not the complete Russia. He's kind of like a middle of the road. Shinema, Kayom Hashem. Meaning that is Akum, the actual had this come over before. And the Sparsi says to the Shams, here goes the entire Akum, the city. Bayal Bayikon, but I was still said he should go out to war. Never again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So he's looking for the Sham, he's going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sing. Who is the one who's going to do that? Remember, the call is that the Zelda. It's all first year, I think. So as I said, the idea over here is what is the National Highway? The National Highway reveals that the Shmuel almost needed someone to entice Achab to sing, to entice Achab to follow the enemy's advice. So you seem to indicate that Achab is not all bad. He shuffle. He makes us. Let's go and listen. Not because of a lot of higher to Achab. It's not that the Achab is already a shed. Asher Ishtal Samzel Ishtal. So again, he was so he was a good so the Achab was having that he was shuffle, that he was equal. Look at the verse it says, right, that ultimately again there is no one like Achab who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of the powerful. Okay, aside from his wife Rizana, what Rizana? The Father has a Shekinah Shikli Zah, Laboros Takabi. Okay, the only person who works in our heart was his wife, Rizana. What did Rizana do? She lifted up gold coins for Rizana every single day. And this is in the shots of that. I'm measuring out gold coins. So again, it's one thing to worship about Rizana. It's another thing to give your money to about Rizana. Right? To worship the cash. Maybe that's what you do. Once you give your money, that when you give your money, that represents your heightened level of commitment. So I'm from more worship, but Rizana gave her money. So you know, like I'm shuffle how you have to use the shuffle. So again, we have to explain this thing. So what does it mean? Obviously, I'm not just coming in and I'm not just trying to say that I said there was some type of positivity to Akhab's personality. What was the positive to let's say this incredible? Akhab, Lashon, Shimamona Haya. Akhab was generous. Yeah, so incredible. Akhab was generous. Lashon literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. So the Shahad, Shahad, Hamidi Fakam, the Fossil, keep on the Nafsa. Plus, he went ahead and he shared his wealth. He comes to Fakam that atoned for half of his others. And let's say, is that not moral? Is that a the power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like us, another speaking that you see like the opposites of Akhab and Izebah, like Izebah concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the idea of Izebah. The Akhab went ahead and shared his wealth with Hamid Chachamim. Again, he was liking that Torah on one hand and supporting Hamid Chachamim on the other hand. He said, I'm not going to get the things that you just named. That's what the idea of the Jewish Halach Torah said, he calls it generosity. He said, tzedakah wipes out half of his wishes, half of his iniquity. This goes with the motif of tzedakah chatzil imanas. That's literally again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is the overwhelming sin. You can ask us, what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? What's the reason? Because what is the hardest thing in this world to popular? Money. Money. We work hard for it, right? We always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though it's theologically found out that it's not money. If you don't take something that I worked hard for, that is yours, and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. Because the only way you can do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to do it, and a lot of times I don't do it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it wants to be felt, and wants to be given to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome that most base impulse to keep everything for me, and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others, it's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. That's what I'll be that I desire. That is ridiculously generous. Incredible. So that's right to your family attention, but you're not fixing to run back. Now, if he's looking for a stick, so he's a really hard shot to go out and to trip Alpha into going into battle, he can lead the battle in which he would lose his life. So he just steps forward. So you're not a certain spirit keep forward. But over here, by family. The spirit said, I will advise Alpha to go forward. I remember Hashem, the love, Sabbath. If I remember, it's Sabbath, I used to rock, Sheker, the feet come to be up, but yeah. Because I'm people say that I say cage. The spirit comes before I'll be the one who deceives. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll go off to go to battle, we'll go to battle, and for God in battle. But this is saying, look, go out in the Asa cave. My react, who you are, what spirit is. So such brother, my reference, you shall numbers and Israeli. And again, it was the spirit of numbers. What happened with numbers? When again, numbers had a vineyard. But after that, very much wanted, and numbers would not sell. After his marriage to Christ, he spoke to his wife. He said, no problem, just bring him up on false charges on rebellion against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. So numbers executed.
That's the halacha when you execute something for a battle against the king. That's the halacha the king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, again, Allah for the myself. Allah for the myself. So he got the vineyard, and another side. That is executed. The spirit of Rabbi wants its revenge against might say, only the process is still better plays that in the arena, similar to something between Rothschild and where you call it in the arena. The fact is that if the experience of the real life is not real life, you can't come back. Once you go out for life, you can't come back. Because again, there is no shepherd, there is no money, there is no untruth. The presence of the Rebbe Shalom is incredible. Allah Papa, congratulations. Allah create Michael, they say. So I said, this yields the famous adage. The power create. He who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own hope. Destroys his own hope. So I said, this is actually the problem that there sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might raise a path of self-destruction, and I'm bent upon that revenge. There is another expression that's not used to this. The expression that uses panos inachi inspishti, which is a phrase that Shimshon said before he knocks down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go out of it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. But when I say he goes down with the whole ship, so the same idea. He is bent on repaying revenge, not his basic, which is what he's on us. Whereas Akar is Hashira, by Yosef, Akar Lasos, the Hafiz is Hashem of Israel. So again, so Akar goes ahead and gets the show troops, they have a military, and he continues to do the things that anger at Israel. Because Matthew is not trying to find it. I think it's the worst. He's the worst. Akar is the worst. I don't know what did he do? Shekasel al-Dankos Shalom, Akar Kapar Ba'alakay Israel. The Sita in the so literally, Akar wrote on the doorway to the entrance of his kingdom. That's the entrance of the Shalom. Below, Akar, it's called by Akar. Because Akar denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no culture in the God of Israel. That's the God of Israel. It's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this? Like, why the act of creation? So you only have to go out of your way to activate your creators. Like things that you still feel comfortable. So it's kind of like, like when you have an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your own thing. Because if you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily, you don't need other people to be with you. I don't need people to be like this. People need you to agree with them, but they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion. That highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay. Other people not agreeing with them. So as he gives the truth, he's theologically insecure because we see the greatness of Allah. Right? We saw yesterday's video. Allah is kind of like this element of it that was so pious, that was so righteous. So it's almost like an insecurity. That means the contrary right of goes the kingdom and the repudiate the God of Israel. But God, like you're coming to the church, everywhere there's a mountain, there's a result. We know the church everywhere there's a result. Why do you have to write it? Why do you have to write it? Our mind, there is that spiritual insecurity. It's how you know what's like this. You know, so we have that. Like, that's it. As Akaz, I like to go. When it's how we show up, as well as it's going to be interesting. So then we will ultimately searching out Akaz, and he found him hiding in shore. And what did he do? Shekogi Askaros, Shekosi Avodas Tawadi Kafkeo. There's a record you do. Yeah, you're going for unfortunately when this stuff kills we lost the way. So you were supposed to know something else to but you have to be careful about how to speak about that. Like that from Nash, I don't know, none of us want the Nash to show up in a broadcast. We just don't want that. I just how did I do that Nash? I just don't do that. It's the worst thing. But something else is, such a sensitivity that even about these people who the mission of something kind of things are on levels, you don't understand the struggles, with the right through. So anyway, so Yehu, cut out every single time in that sacred text we found the name of Rothschild. He cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Israel. Menashe Shenosha Kaf. Why is it called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Davar Achad Menashe Shishi Yisrael B'Shoshem. Or it means that he caused Israel to forget a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Minanan Gelo Asila Alonasi. Anyway, the Menashe, we go to Menashe. It's sick. And then it's interesting. When Shkemo says Shem Menashe Melchot, Menashe becomes king when he is 12 years old. And it says that his father is Kiskiel. Right? So Kiskiel dies. Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. The Phoenician becomes Shem becomes the youngest son in Noah. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. Vayas Harav Hashem Hasha Asa Akov Melech Yisrael. And he did what was done as was probably like Akov. So it's interesting. You love the comparison to Akov. You know, so what's the nature of the comparison? Not Akov is prepared for the Nabba. Just like Akov has no portion in the world to come. Menashe in the favor of Nabba. So Menashe has no portion in the world to come. That's another way of simply to it. Not to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old comes in the Rabbi, don't like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. As imagine you're becoming a king and you definitely all that responsibility at the age of 12. And you try to figure out that just seems incredibly complicated. Anyway, so if I didn't actually have no favorite thing over how about the nervous like this? We go back. Menashe, Yosef Ben Nabba, Shre'ema by Talmud Sharashem Mayaka. Really disagrees. This is the passage. Menashe does have a portion in the work of him. He does have a case looking over Nabba. Because the passage said that Menashe died with Hashem, and then Tzibonu shall over Moed and listen to him. I'm not listening. So he says, so I'm not Machlokas about Menashe. That was Menashe. I can't go on Nabba. Don't say that you're going on Nabba Lishman. So the United States. I'm not listening. Lishman with the Akadanshu. Both of them actually the same concept. Shemar, we something in Sabo of a wonderful child, we love Menashe, we bring it as Gio. Makaza, we love Menashe, that's a Shiva. We easily more of it. Umar Sabar, that's of cooking. Umar Sabar, we love Menashe, they are of a Shiva. So it's ultimately, again, it all speaks about the emotional value of the Kavi Swap to the foreign nations. If you love Menashe, it's a Gio. So why is Kavi Swap over? Honestly, Menashe didn't pick it up. Everything is not Menashe. This is true. What is the problem? Probably start being considered. So it's a fundamental focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Baal Shiva. I'm not the expert. Once I talk about 16:138, this is a tremendous theory. Kalau Omer Menashe anything from Hava, Menashe became some Baal Shiva. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a great strength in Hava, ultimately have been reaching into the hands of Baal Shiva. We think they're all Baal Shiva. So that says that Chinese really enough is very profound because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a great Hava, you know one thing, Menashe gives you Shiva. He gives you Shiva. So if you say that he doesn't have a great Hava, that means that Shiva doesn't work for everything. And the moment you put that out that Shiva doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people becoming Baal Shiva. So people will say, you get too far gone, the Shiva's effect any change in your life. The 20 that you're working on, Menashe also Shiva, which Rothschild the Shalosh the national for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a terrible Russia. But then the last 83 years, he beat Shiva. I don't even know the numbers, but still, then Shtanis from Shalom Menashe Melchot. Menashe became king at the age of 12. The Chamishi Malach Yerushalayim, he reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim. Vayas Harav Asher Asa Achov Melech Yisrael. And he reigned the Rabbi equates it to Achov. Kama Malach Achov. How long did Achov reign for? As was the calculation for 22 years. Menashe Kama Malach. Chamishi the Chamishalah. Daniel Esther calculation plus. Because it's an interesting look, you must think to feel as follows. So what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, Rabbi compares Menashe to Achab. What's the nature of the comparison? Achab reigned for 22 years. So the one thing over here is that Menashe reigned like Achab for 22 years. Meaning for 22 years he was in Russia. For the remainder of his reign, which was then 33 years, he became about Shiva. Incredible.
some of your contribution to be might exceed that Yishma in the Bayek family. So it's a general again, we know what turned Menashe, right? What was it that made Menashe into being in Bathsheba? He was captured, right? He was captured by Aram. And the great probably first to those right, and pulls that up in Sparkle. So Rothschild says, by Ishmael, Hashem heard Menashe's supplication, by Yek family. So he goes looking by Yek by Yek family, right? Which is the better account, who Menashe David, and we thought we couldn't do it. What do you mean by Yek family? And the one is, the Asura will perfect meaning of character. We also meet the Menashe like a tunnel, like a Matthias. Matthias means like that, secretly, like secretly. He made him a secret tunnel for Tshuva and Apia in the Shemaim. Why? To be the covenant of Tshuva. In order to go out and receive Menashe in proper Tshuva. Why? The name Midas Hadin. Because ultimately, again, because remember, Midas Hadin, the divine attribute of justice said, Menashe, you cannot become about Tshuva. You're too far gone. You're far from you have to make like a secret pathway from Menashe's Tshuva, but even a strict attribute of justice cannot become. So what are you seeking here? What are you seeking here? You know what the great part about being God is? One of the great parts about being God is you make the rules. You make the rules. So what happens? Midas Hadin says, a guy like Menashe can't do Tshuva. What does the abundance of all do? He makes a different action. He makes a different color. He's going to have an ultimately, again, allows for it, you allow Menashe to come, to somehow come back. So that the devotion wants more than only you want a Tshuva. He wants us to change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if the limited construct of Tshuva says that such a person can't return, the devotion will make a different pathway. When it comes to Tshuva, the devotion never says no. And we said, no, you keep trying to do this, and he said, well, if you do Tshuva anyway, nothing stands in the way of following you into Tshuva. I'm not looking on the Shorashki. I'm not saying that we might be sick. It's just not what you are looking on the Shia. It's just not like a sick here. The Ata is not a other method. And it's a sense of the liberation, the representation. The representation because you are not in the first thing. But sit get the first thing, the money before them. And then, speaking of the Hatsia Sa'olam Kulo, they talk about what the Shia Rock. And then it's a really easy about this. Some people who are so evil, but they don't come really happy to go ahead and turn the word back, like start all over again. Because things were so broken, and these are the unlucky. Things were so broken that the part we literally wanted to return the world to tell about we started to go to this paradise. And again, although the unlucky was a place of the generation was good. He can't talk about access, how long you know about why we should go to Sikia. Soon as the part wanted to go out and start the next all over again. Things were not Sikia. We started at the 6 year in the sky of Aisha. But the God is the righteousness of 6 year, so spread the generation of our 6 year. That's a righteous is right. But the nation is just looking for someone who's righteous. Either our leader is righteous, either the generation is not, or generation is righteous, even if the leader is not. Only from all of wants our success more than anything. And as long as we can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his dropout, and ultimately again will spread the collective. It's incredible. So the verse says, the Sidki and Sidki, but that's why they are Hashem. But Sidki also doesn't know he is not righteous. Says he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shall be other really close to the Mishal. What it means is that this Sidki had to be wanted to object. Thus that Sidki himself was righteous. He always his mistake. And the mistake was he had the ability to object the negative behavior of each generation. But if you have to use it, this is this thing over and over. In Chazal. So when you see something bad happening, and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong mistake. Everyone is like this. Everyone is like this. Everyone is like this. Now you see Ishpachad, Mishpach as Ishpachad. The Rabbi of the Safak Gina. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you as follows. I got in the Achos, I was going to do and it's not to be nothing Danessa. And thereby handing them over in the hands of the king of Danessa. And what did he do in his hands over the king of Danessa, right? He danced the keeper in the hand. He was at Achaz. So you know, he's trying to God to turn himself around. Instead, starts to take away. That's what someone said. Shnemer, by Yisbach, the Mesach, and Makim, by Yomer, Ki Elokei, Ki Elohei, Machia, Ram, Ma'ashim, Osam, Lahem, as Bash, by Adi, Rahim, Elohim, Elashim, Israel. Shachakti, in Amatzia, Saki, Machia, Eder, the other. So really, you're going to smile behind Amatzia. And like we do not to do the same thing, but it's not that Amatzia. I don't think you're going to do all the things that seems to ever be the same. It is the other hand, which that element. How can Amatzia redeem from this mistake? He took the balance of Adon, he began worshiping the Shlomo, by Yahweh, but Amatzia comes as Adon, the Yahweh as Dayat, by Abed as Elohim, and Seir, by Medina, and the King is Shachar, Lahami. So again, Amatzia is going to be free. And that's what Amatzia is literally, you don't know say what you're doing in that. I'm not about, I don't know issues. This is what people think, things Spanish, but they say, what you do in the mind, do the yoga, what you do in the mind, do the yoga, now you do the mind, do the yoga, in heart and English. So sometimes again, you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You could smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Go to the person who doesn't understand between you and God. The reference to these things that we don't really have to see these defend themselves around to understand the opportunity to present and therefore again continue to go on the path of the others. By a vocal sorry, not a Shabbat, by a vocal to shout at Shabbat. So that's a thing that's it here. So like all the things that's the ministers of the king of Babylon himself came and he shouted Shabbat. And it was very sure as to not just in the heart of what's the second segue line. Situated himself at the gates of the city, since the disease ultimately and alone with the Halacha, the Havana issue, the Astra de Mare, Havana Zayin, Haman Putra Raya Fulsi Hala, in the place where ultimately the next for his house. This guy is, now the shepherd comes along and ends his job. The idea of the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin was, unfortunately. So that very place where he used to be reduced to not the shepherd. So that's what he's speaking above us. The shepherd brings his stuff. I'm going to get over the end of the Mike said, ask this beautiful passage. That's a hard one because it's a really good passage. Ask something which I saw about you. So it's the Shomara. Says, initially, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. Now I called other customers, and I passed by the vineyard of a man who left heart. Both the lazy man and the man of left heart are both repented. But to the field and to what happened? In the other field to show him how to power Karim together about the so what happens? The fields overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So that's a metaphor. I've struggled with Chatzarabat, Za'akas. Who's the man, right? Who's the lazy man? Who's the man who is the lazy man who's over those fields? That's King Akas. That Karam Adam Kasa made, who's the person who lacks heart to the vineyard, is an ash. There is a metaphor quite profound. The king is only not control, and it is only to be a thorn, Za'amon. Consequently, Karim Za'yahajaki. Together, Abba and myself, and the other story is not for us to be prepared. That's it, no, Shenetra, is not such a thing. It is over. When I say something that happens, this is the body that you are the place to be as people who are irritated, fuck away or easy. So I say, the way that some people get into the beginnings, the growth that they actually desire to do the right thing. Moving the beginnings is just apathy. Apathy is the deep way you are. The most horrible thing that can say. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens like that. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. And there's a heavy notion being done. The notion says that the greatest tribute to Hara is not faith. The greatest tribute to Hara is garish. It's literally despair. Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic, that's all kinds of caliber that English would be the same. So it's interesting. How does this normal, how does someone describe the Russia? How does he describe Achaz? as just lazy, also laid apathetic people who won't start to apathy. Person, that's why the most important resource in life is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's right, we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place, staying in place also, you know the other word for staying in place, we are the symbol for staying in place is stagnation or apathy. Apathy, that's it. Apathetic people aren't going out from the blessing. Apathetic people aren't going out doing things wrong. Apathetic people are just, this is chilling it out. Right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to cover. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. You're doing good. You're not doing anything wrong. Except, apathy is a key road to move on to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never stops terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Apathy, and it's like apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't know if this is a big time of year, but how did people in California? There are 4 people. 4 people, 4 Jews. Literally, again, who do not receive the Spirit. Who are they? Have rates. I don't know what's the English for that. Stuff. It's really just the stuff, right? It's like, Allah is so much the case in nothing much serious. Everything is good. Everything is like, listen, you know, never be a bully for service. Everybody is right. You know, in the beginning, when they always with their wisecracks, like, oh, that's cute. At a certain point, it's like, enough of it. Enough of it. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have like a one-line comment? Like, just stop. And let me get you entertained to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if that's how you're going to relax, nothing serious. Like, nothing serious. And again, the only things like that, I'm only saying like that, you're like, oh, about to be serious about something. And you know how it is, like, all you need, you can have a situation like this where, like, if you're talking with the crap, or you're with the crap, or like, if he's in the night, just like, right, comes away and says that, man, what does it do? It, like, sucks all the spiritual out of him. And it's like, and again, it's like, it just creates like a thing. So if I say that again, you just understand, you have your relationship with that Polish mother. Well, that's, again, you know, who's up and this and that. Next, not Shakroni. Again, also Shakroni. Shakroni most of us may get as a liar. The person who's a liar can't have relationship with love. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, the prerequisite with God is honesty. Rothschild does not need perfection. It does not even need greatness. All it needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And if I know essentially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am honest, if I am a liar, lying somewhat to these relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to fall upon. I don't want to say that again. But it's like, it's horsepower, right? Khalifa is battery and getting something out of it. I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it. But rather again, I'm using it. I'm using it to also, like, when people do this. I guess it's like, like that. It's so disingenuous. Like, everyone knows it's disingenuous. But once you get to be part, once you get to be part of it, like someone starts to go, look how that's nice. It's like, I know what they're doing. You know what they're doing. But it's like, everybody likes to do the fun. Just like, it's crazy. Actually, and those against so it's interesting by the way. If you notice, what's these are core groups who cannot help it. Who accomplish their needs, they can't have a relationship with Hashem. Here's your lecture. But what's the thing by the way? What's this over here? What's this over here? If you're going to go to the relationship with God, who's going to what? Who's going to what? Like, right? Maybe a point number 2 would be. All right, so you got it. Let's get it. All right, let's get it. Right, number 3. super stronger, right? That's a big three. You got the big three. If you're not there, they're not there. That's a, you know what? I think it was very exterminating relationship with God. I think it's like that. We all commit others. We all commit our data. It's like, it's not remember us I've done a couple of things. I was speaking before you on the clock. Right? So listen, we all commit our data every single day. Our data is always getting in relationship with God. Honestly, stands in a relationship with God. If you look at the coming on all of these things, it's all about honesty. Relax. You can't be honest about it. You just can't just take it seriously. So what he does is he uses Lex humor to just take the honest out of every circumstance. A shock life, obviously, again, dishonest. Then he thought dishonest. You know what she had. So let's say again, Lex humor always takes place well, always takes place well. As you know, I should say, always takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Russian horror will present themselves like your friends, right? But present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your buddy. Like they're really not looking behind your back. That's when you're really stabbing over and over and over. So those are the common denominators, dishonesties. The prophet says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can see from praying and talking about yourself, that's the first thing. She lives in a church, but after 20 block with all sinners, they're all sinners. Some of us are not mutual, some of us are habitual, some of us are just on the weekends, others are like on off Tuesdays, right? But we are others. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? Like I said, this is to pray. Whatever you're doing, whatever using advice, I got you. You can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then you're willing to have a relationship with God. So advisor. Myself now will be happiness you can see. Myself and myself see. Catch up against the about CBD, catch up and you see. Don't wish down the econ, cast anything you see. You know, on the stand up level. How the job actually how you see. You know, all corporate to your shop on the group color. Something that's all. I'm going to say I'm I just said it's in the process. This is beautiful. You'll see that I got and that guy goes off the other. So what's the reason of the house over here? The governor says, governor says, so the Lord says, no sooner than Allah, that will be again, that the law will not be set upon you, shall not be short for him to her. Ultimately, again, to that, you should be to her. Shall not be short for yourself. That's very important. First, you should have you to her. When you think about you to her, don't have you to her, right? And that's right. There's an upside to everything, right? When you get it, it's going to her, right? So the heads are when you get. Also, something you can already to her, rather than you don't offer it to trade, you should have it to her. You can should be rule over it. Also, I always go for self to use the right. The shadow is season charge. You saw that. No sooner is left by the law. The law is her should not rule over you. It's like the local that because of an affliction, she often takes to offense. She often says, you should have suffered to you, God, you shall cover me like that. So this is that when a man controls the wrong trip, he shouldn't shine his wife in the state of suffered to you, God. And that's what I this week. So man controls the wrong trip, he says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a leader, Suffer is what we become in the purpose and life becomes so justified to himself that the Lord should be doing it and end up ultimately again end up seeing it. So that's like it's actually interesting that the next is usually this really knows interpreting the passage it could hold something with no point when it's going to come we like suggestion. The first part is we'll see and let by law ultimately again we are working to correct their head and we will do. How do you do that? The mega will tell you the mega actually reacts as you don't come home and find your wife a selfish leader. You need to move over Your Sahara is to remain settled within your life. A lot of times we do get ourselves into trouble. It because we choose to live in worlds of will. We choose to live in worlds of suffering. And we allow suffering to be perpetuated. Listen, all of us have areas of our life where someone was to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, and I do believe if it's not wrong, I don't believe there's others Mexican journals ever involved in that sort of experience. Like this area of my life. So much fighting birds through all of us have those areas. Who else where I know that I'm doing the right thing, and other areas where I know that when we get in my faith, the suffering will go. In my life is a suffering away. And a lot of times we know there's a suffering and we just perpetuate kind of like this part of our existence. If you have too much suffering in life, that's what you accept how it comes. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that's they're not really what it should be. The dreams are what it should be. If I can eliminate the suffering in my life to the best of my ability, I'm going to forever live all of it. And I'm going to decide to the best of my ability, you know, this is what I'm spiritual, and it's all enough to be incredible. So you're all about it. Spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students do not eat things that are publicly distasteful. Privately, all values that we do. But at least publicly against things which are that part of the church the reason why that's here is that the possible sort of ultimately against is a reference reference from a father, reference from a mother, and reference from a father. So the first reference is biblical, is a reference from a father. Reference of father, what's the reference of a father? Number one, don't let me come in the world. Number two, again, don't let me say, how do you return your child doesn't remember you? Don't let me be suffering in your life. If there's sickness in the way that you're living, don't say this. Don't concentration. Don't be uncertainty. There's glory. Figure it out. If you don't talk about how you're talking to yourself, don't know how to say to yourself. Don't be scared about bad dreams in life. Don't share bad dreams. What's the reason you don't share bad dreams? What does that mean? Yeah, what's that? What are dreams? What are dreams? Like, I'm not going to stress about what dreams are. Dreams are not meaningful. And what's that? Why do you not to get scared about bad dreams? What do you mean by it? Someone comes away, you're scared off, and you have to really work with you. Because we still have all the possibilities that could happen. We still have things that could happen. And you know what I say? Every given, like in any given moment of life, anything, everything could go wrong in so many different ways. Why does the Father say to his son? Father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad things. Don't be scared to do big and good. Just because you become paralyzed by any things that could go wrong. Yes, you have to all could go wrong. Everything you love to go wrong. And the only way you know to be successful is when you're successful if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. What does his father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. You know, it says, it says, personal views are higher. Personal views are higher. Personal views are higher. Personal views are higher. And personal views are higher. And what happens, let's say I can't go ahead. I can't go have that views. What's what you might say is, right? You're not straight. You're not black. Go somewhere where no one knows you and do what you need to do. Because it understood that some comes away and going to lose the battle against the anxiety. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout. minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the selection. You're going to sin, go to a public route. You're going to sin, go somewhere else. That's what the point of all of these, what the idea of consciousness and self. You're going to fail because it's going to happen to all of us. Just make sure the enemy will be and the damage. Incredible. That's what the Bible says. You come to end up with us and we act that is the government of another piece to your child. What does it always say to your child? So he says, a mother comes along and says, you know the Bible tells us to look up the Bible at that time. So what is it to your child? Like the Lord should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands. I'll shut up on that. So it's love. Love is loving. You should tremble on the lions and the snakes. So what's the breath of a mother? To get a breath of a mother, be safe. Be safe, right? I find it has all of these different causes. I want everybody to say shit for that. I love you. I just want you to be safe. You know, you should watch over you. You should check us. A father ultimately led to service. Successful. Like the father gives all of the different things that is overcome the desire. Like don't do this suffering. Don't let bad dreams stay up on the mouth of shit. Big things. All these things belong to shit. That's what you do. That's what you do. I want you to watch over you. You should travel and experience discoveries. You feel accomplished. You don't accomplish. You should do from the mother. So you know what I want you to be safe. I want you to be okay. I want you to be happy. Incredible. Those are the things of the mother. You can't get us that much tonight. After that, ultimately, when the father's that the father gives to us, what are the brothers up in the world? So what's the place? To be a shot by my favorite. As I say this, that's the reason. So it's the Lord the same. If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. I sacrifice you. I will lift you up. Production with you know my name. You pray me, that you plug in the harmony. I will answer you. You know I will be the son of. I lead you in every difficult place. I feel the heart of the baby. Only a baby has to be moved by a baby Yeshua. So what's the better? What does the Bible say? See, the mother said he wants to be saved. What does the Bible say? I got you. I got you. Because you look at everything still out with you, right? The moment you put your hand in mine, the 12 says, I got you. And listen, this is not actually the father giving all of the advice the son needs in order to be successful. The mother just be anticipatory, which I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. What you brought up regarding us, what you made in mind, wrap your arms around you, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. I want you to love. It's very good to see it. So, by the way, you sometimes forget that, like, the bonus only is not you. He's not looking for us. He's not looking for you. You know, if I'm not saying, when my colleague, do not miss this, finish shots. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in that. Just throw your arms around your flag. That's you. You forget that sometimes all that can quality wants from us is love. All he wants from us is that sense of commitment. All he wants from us is to know that we are together in this for him. He says, we're with us today. We're sitting, we bring back self, we down the line. I say, we're working for it. We're working through it. But just tell me that with you. And we just trust our God. We trust our destiny. We put our hands with some focus. So you know, our arms around you. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. It says, I got you. Amen. Earth is like this mighty sea. Thy name is shine, O light. And draw around the shadow. It may not always show to this. Yes, it's so foolish, but it's interesting. But in the word is shine. So it wasn't a soul, that there wasn't a soul, that whenever you look the word Rothschild, the irony was higher than the reach and the shape. As the reach, higher shape and irony. Why was it written? This one was written that way. Why is it written that way? Even if you ask the other much, you know what? You ask the much, you know, so you know, the one that you think the irony of Russia. Then you have rush. What does rush mean? Rush means point. So the idea was listening to this. That if a person is point away, he's report like that. What does this mean? It also says like this. A person is disliked by other people, that is generally indicative that they are disliked by others. Let us translate. There is words like primary is actually from a basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right, who you can see, who you can interact with, talk with, who you need, then also kind of the hormones, you probably won't be able to get along with them. Let's just believe that it works. If a person is disliked by people, then ultimately again they are disliked by Kodesh Baruch Hu. And then if this was add that to his own like that. So just because you add it all together, and nevertheless, how can we first hold us about it? أخانا مش برضه الشقة مهمة بالخفايا. سواء كان من interesting. Because there are exceptions to this law. There are exceptions to this law. There are people who are despised by other people, and yet they are still around back to the Shaitan. Let's say, who's a good example of that? Who's an example of that? Governor Noah. Governor Noah was despised by his people. Despised by people. And yet, he was beloved by the Shaitan. He was the second Savior, was despised not by Jews. He was despised by some of the Gentile leaders. Ultimately, again, for evil leaders. So it says, so generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, by definition, you usually don't have a relationship with Hashem. But there are exceptions. So people who don't get along with people, but are still beloved by Hashem. Once I sort of played that whole census cover, you know, by the way, like doing 40 years in the desert, you were to take a reality's home, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu. I don't know that we would be in double digits. Only in double digits. What you say is, many people often really only become appreciated when you're dead. Right? So again, when you say Governor Noah, or like I say Governor Noah, I'm like, feel like I should stand up, cut him off from the sheep off. He was treated like garbage. Literally like garbage during his life. By masses of people, and that's even by his own family, treated with garbage. Once he dies, again, everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu, treated like garbage. Not just treated like garbage, despised. Some of the people who are stealing, they give him a burger, they do all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just human nature, whatever the reason is. We often don't appreciate the great people we have in our midst when they're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly have now, what we lost. So again, you know, generally the rule is, if you're despised by people, you're generally despised by God. Except now I'm going to accept, but it's just government as a framework. The rule holds true for everyone else. Has 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. That's the first point out how ridiculous and amazing this is. Chumash Vayikra. It's just like Chumash Vayikra this week. This week, managed the Sunday of Chumash Vayikra. Right? Yeah? What did she do? Is it decapitated? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7.5-year cycle, the first Sunday of Chumash Vayikra, and now, by the way, Menashe, Dashi, ultimately, again, 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra, all 55 corresponding to the years of his marriages. I don't know if the year is every year, he was found to leave Russia. I mean, something exceptional, but I have one to say. Menashe, obviously, again, despite all the other desire, had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately, again, had a tremendous insight into Torah. Again, what's that? Again, it's not just for 33 years of Yeshiva, it's 55 years of Drexel that finished Vayikra. That was Menashe. Achor, Shlomi Lechanisha. Achor provides 85 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Yerevan, Mei Shosha, 103 interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Also, by the way, why the office still on the Chumash Vayikra? Why the office of Chumash Vayikra? I'd like to work the only those Adam Yaakov can cover the last time. Vayikra's Kavanos, short of Kavanos, is colored close. Like deep down, what does every single Jew want? Deep down, what we all want is to kill us Hashem. This comes from God's powerful. That's all I want. I need to kill us, I was still ritual. All I want is to be close. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated And for whatever reason, I get the real from that kind of recognition. But everyone wants help. Everyone wants compliments. Everyone wants to hear about. Even in Asha, it's even Apple. It's even in Asha, even Apple, you know, listen, okay, Apple, you love them in Asha, if you think this year on the show, you don't have a feeling in the okay. If you choose this year on the show, the sound volumes and finish on this now. Even the greatest singer probably says, just wants to let you with the emotion or the time. I also not to have to stop on this today. How was it? Tomorrow's the shutdown. Tomorrow's the shutdown. Sugar. The guys, we are fine. We are fine. What's that? Tremendous start to the week. Am I good at it? What's that? For those that are keep us comments, the viewers are going to be doing right in the classroom, right up to you. Classroom says Red Cross. But that's no stuff, everybody. Also, schedule-wise, we will get around the Kashmir in the ship.
However, the precise sound of tone one is unclear, so I hear each sound What is a very famous part of Rothschild was in Turkey. In a tiny token, it describes the awesomeness of the day of the Russians fly. Why I asked this to bow all the way down to radio around Turkey. It is forbidden to bow on a stone far outside of the air. Thus, we put something between our faces and the floor.
I will say good morning. Before that, it's supposed to be Hashem to be able to begin this new month. And this newly learning this beautiful Masechet. We got to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our Kamatora sponsors for God Shin Pei Hey, the Tosfos Shbachim, dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the creation of the architect of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zachariah, great-grandmother, Cyril Bas Jove, who are both Nifter on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Nurse Hashem, and Hashem Shabbat Aliyah, family in the Chama, which is also Nurse Hashem, to the Sorrows Kavos, and the Shabbat Shabbat, Nurse Hashem, and all our hospitals, and all the soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh Day should be Zochah Nurse Hashem. It should be a month of Nisan in the flows. It looks like we don't yet have a Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan, so there are still opportunities in Nurse Hashem. If you would like to do that to remember a special occasion, or a loved one, or just stop to be married, so you can see the office, ring of the office in Nurse Hashem for more details. That concludes the promotional part of this morning's share. And now, Nurse Hashem, never getting also today's dot is Kuf Gimel 103, and we are picking up in Nurse Hashem on Kuf days and days left off 15 minutes up the bottom. Hold up, nothing. Half of shuffle here. Terrible Gemara. The nothing says half of the shuffle. Now, what's the means is like literally equal, which means that what Rav is saying is that Achal was not the complete Russia. He was kind of like the middle of the road. Shneimar, Vayomer Hashem, Niv Teres Achal, we actually had this Gemara before. The Shmarach says to the Nishanis, who is going to entice Achal to sin? So he should go out to war. Remember again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So Shmuel is looking for Neshama who is going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sin. Who is the one who's going to do that? Vayomer. What is the idea over here? What is the Nachman Helen? The Nachman Helen over here is that Shmuel almost needed someone to entice Achab to sin, to entice Achab to follow erroneous advice, which seemed to indicate that Achab was not all bad. He was shuttle. The Gemara says, "Masculine Yosef, man the concept they rock the higher Achab Asher is Machar la'asas rabbeinu Hashem. Asher is dal so izel ishto
So again, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yosef, how can you say that Achav was that he was shakal, that he was equal? Look what the pasuk says, right? That ultimately, again, there was no one like Achav who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Izebel, what did Izebel do? The Tanina, the Koyok Mesa Shekelis Shikli Zav, La Bodas Kochabi. Okay, the only person worse than Achav was his wife, was Izebel. What did Izebel do? She measured up gold coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. Most of the thing yourself, so what's measuring out gold coins? So remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah. Right? To worship, okay, maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, right, where you give your money, that represents your faith. So worship. He's never gave them money. So the Gemara goes back to that. I'm how can we see I'm a shakal? So again, we have to explain the statement. So what does it mean? Obviously, I'm not just coming along. I'm not just trying to say that halacha said there was some type of positivity to Achav's personality. What was the positive to Rosh Hashanah? Achav, Vachon de Mamona Hayas. Achav was generous. It's very incredible. Achav was generous. He was Vachon literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim, that atoned for half of his avarice. I will say, is that not? Is that the power of tzedakah, the power of generosity? That even for a person like Achav, and by the way, it's interesting that you see the opposites of Achav and right? Izebel concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. But Achav went ahead and traded up the Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. He said, Joseph, but the idea over here is to have enough elements because you can these wipe out half of his wishes, half of his iniquities. This goes with the motif of tzedakah chatzil mimaras. And literally, again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from bloodshed. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming so. You know, what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so we know this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? Money. Money. We work hard for it. Like we always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though theologically you know that it's not mine. And the ability to take something that I worked hard for that is mine and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. Because the only way you can do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it belongs to Kosh Baruch Hu, Rothschild gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth. And
everybody stop what you're doing.
To keep everything for me and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others. It's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual knowledge.
Trace, wait, you ready to lose?
Incredible. So what's later up, I am on Hashem. Later up, going back. Remember, Rothschild was looking for a spirit. So does he want someone to go out and to trick Achav into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So who steps forward? So Ruach, a certain spirit came forward. And the spirit said, I will entice Achav to go to war. Vayomer Hashem, Elad, Bama, Vayomer, Eitzeh, Vayisi Rak, Sheker, V'fi Kol Neviyav, Vayomer, Tifta, V'gamtuchal, Seva Asekei. So the spirit comes before us, and I'll be the one who deceives Achav. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell Achav to go out to battle. He'll go out to battle, and he'll die in battles. The Shmuel says, "Say, good, go out to the Asekei." My ruach, the ruach, what spirit is? So that's from before. Rabbi Yochanan, Rucho Shalbos Yisrael. Remember again, it was the spirit of Navos. What happened with Navos? Remember again, Navos had a vineyard.
One of the worst breaks I've ever seen.
Would not sell. Achav was very depressed.
Why do you keep doing illegal breaks, dog?
Just bring him up on false charges of rebelling against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. They had Navos executed. You did. What's the
you don't even know how to do
it. The king gets his property. The king gets his property.
And therefore, again, Allah
That's a miss.
so you got the vineyard, you got
That's
the
one of the
vineyard,
biggest
and
misses I've ever seen.
the spirit of Davos wants its revenge against Achab. Might say,
That's a bad shot.
says the spirit go out. What does that mean?
One of the worst shots ever. What the fuck is that?
Who says if you spirit, if you're gonna lie, just know if you're gonna lie, you can't
The
come back.
Muffin
Once you
Man
go
is
out to lie,
fucking
you can't
abducted
come back.
Trey's way.
Because again, there is no sheker, there is no lying, there is no untruths in the presence of the Ribbon Shalom. Incredible. I'm not Papa. Hanadami Inchi, the Para Kine Marchet they say. So I said this yields the famous adage, the Para Kine, he who wants
Are
to
you
go
fucking serious?
go ahead and
Dog.
repay vengeance.
This game sucks.
Destroys his own home. So I said, this is actually a profound idea that sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might blaze a path of self-destruction, and I'm bent on that.
Trey's way solids.
There's another expression that's often used for this. The expression that's used is "tamos nafshi,"
That shot was beautiful.
which is that phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to guard it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. Like Lamaisi, he goes down with the Klishka. So the same idea. Parakine, he who wants to, he who is bent on repaying revenge, Matthew basically will destroy his own house. Vayas Achav's Hashira, Vayosef Achav Lasos Lahachis as Hashem Elokim.
One of the best
So again,
shots
so Achav
we've ever seen.
Hashira tree, he got tree, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He called Malchi Yisrael in front of him, and he was the worst. He was the worst. Achav was the worst. What did he do? Because of Al Daltos Shomron, Achav Kafar Be'elokei Yisrael, the Fichach Ein Lochelik Be'elokei Yisrael. So it said literally, Achav wrote on the doorway to the entranceway of his kingdom, right? On the doorway to the entranceway of the Shomron. He wrote, Achav is Kofar. Achav denies. Achav denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no.
Are you fucking serious?
By the way, it's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this, right? Why
some kind of
repudiation?
Firstly, about that bitch.
Like things.
I think that's mine. No, it's not.
Like you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your own opinion. Right? If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily you don't need other people to agree with you.
That was a tough shot.
I don't need you to agree with what I'm doing. When people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So it's almost as if Achav feels this need. He's theologically.
Get in. What a shot. What a shot.
Like this element of him that was so pious, that was so righteous. Like one man says, almost like the insecurity means to constantly write on the doors of the kingdom, I repudiate the God of Israel. I just do the thing. We already see what you're doing. You're worshiping anyone and everyone.
Are you serious?
Like you're planting Asherah trees. Everywhere there's a mound, there's Avodah Zarah. We know that you're coming to Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write?
No, I
Why do you
can't.
have to write?
What a shot. One of the best shots of my career. And not think I can kill it.
I'm sorry, it's sandwich just one second. Going to another king, Yehu. So again, Yehu ultimately again was searching out Achaziyahu, and he found him hiding in Shomron. I'm going to Levi. She'akodia as Karos, the Kosef Avodos Kochavim Tafteim. We'll say, what did Yehu do? Yehu, again, we're going through, unfortunately, a list of kings who lost their way. So Yehu, we saw from yesterday's Gemara, and we do have to be careful about how we speak about them. Right after Menashe, none of us want Menashe showing up in a dream, right? We just don't want that. I mean, I guess Halavai was dreaming about Menashe. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. But anyway, we saw from yesterday's Gemara such a sensitivity that even about these people who the Mishnah said don't have a hit in we don't understand their struggles. We don't understand what they went through. So anyway, so Yehu cut out
Every single time in the Sefer Torah he found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe, Shana Shaka. Why was he called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Davar Acher, Menashe, Shin Shias Yisrael Dim Shashay. Or
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Caused Klal Yisrael to forget HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do we know that Menashe did he go to Olam Haba? The Ksiv is very interesting. Then Shtemes Shana Menashe L'Machol.
Are you fucking serious?
12 years old. His father was Hiskio. Right? So Hiskio dies. Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. He becomes the longest serving monarch. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. Vayas Rabbi Hashem Kasha Asa Achav Melech Yisrael. And he did what was bad, and as was probably like Achav. So it's interesting. The Navi compares him to Achav.
Oh, what a fucking fortunate break.
Just like Achav has no
Garbage.
to come. So to Menashe has no portion.
Garbage. Just absolute bullshit.
Obviously, 12 years old and to the Navi, I'm like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child.
This is horse hockey.
Imagining it and becoming a king and being invested with all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And trying to figure all of that out just seems incredibly complicated. All right, in any event, so therefore, Menashe has no chilek in Olam Haba. So Mar goes back to Yudomer. Menashe, Yesh chilek Olam Haba. Shneemar v'Yisrael Menashe al Hashem v'Yarta. Luzi disagrees. Luzi says no. Chas v'Shalom. Menashe does have a portion in the world to come. He does have a chilek in Olam Haba because the pasuk says that Menashe davened to Hashem and the Ribono
champion
went ahead and
that's 3 wins in a row, folks.
So about Menashe. Does Menashe have a chilek in Olam Haba? Does he have a chilek in Olam Haba? Which one? So the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Ushneim Mikra Echad Darshu. Both of them darshu in the same passage. Shneimar, Usatim Lezavo Lechomam Lechosarus Biglam Menashe Ben Yechizkiyo. Umar Savar Biglam Menashe Shasa Tshuva. Ve'imhu Lo Umar Savar Dap of Kufkim. Umar Savar Biglam Menashe Dilo Avat Tshuva. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the emotional handing over Israel to the foreign nations.
Third me?
So why was Klal Yisrael handed over? One opinion says because Menashe didn't do tshuva.
Can you please speak English?
What was the problem? Klal Yisrael didn't do tshuva. So we'll say fundamental focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Baal tshuva. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. We'll say Tav of Kufkimo 103.8. This is a tremendous.
And then do you have another one in you?
Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a chilek in Olam Haba, ultimately,
baby, all I know is that either I keep getting better, or you keep getting worse. Which one is it?
We know one thing. Menashe did the tshuva. He did the tshuva. So if you say that he doesn't have a chilek in Olam Haba,
you need to practice.
That tshuva doesn't work for everything. The moment you put that out, that tshuva doesn't
your
work
glasses,
for
okay, and change your name from Mr. Muffin back to Tracy.
People say, you see, you could be too far gone for tshuva to affect any change in your life. The 20 time coming Rabbi Yochanan, Menashe asa tshuva l'shloshim v'shalosh shanim. Menashe reigned for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years,
he was watching
and then for the last 33 years, he did tshuva. How do we know the numbers?
You have just witnessed
Menashe became king at the age of 12. He reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim.
But I don't even know if we should call these upsets anymore. They're just straight up ass kicking.
22 years. Menashe Kama Malach, Chamishim, the Chamishana, Daminahu, Eshin, the Tartin, Pashul, Class. So it's interesting enough, the Gemara seems to say as follows. Now, what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, the Navi compares Menashe to Achav. What's the nature of the comparison? Achav reigned for 22 years. So the Gemara's understanding over here is that Menashe reigned like Achav for 22 years. For 22 years he was in Russia. For the remainder of his reign, which was then...
You like college basketball?
can't much about
I wish I would have known. We did brackets this year. You know what brackets are? You like fill out all 64 teams. Who's going to win the games, and then you pick a winner.
That made Menashe into being about Tshuva. He was captured, right? He was captured by Aram, and again probably tortured as well. And he calls out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Moshe says, "Vayishmael, Hashem heard Menashe's supplications."
Do you have a favorite college basketball team?
Yeshua said, "Vayeh," so he's Menashe davening, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu turned to him. What does it mean? Vayeh, what's this beautiful Melamed?
Okay.
The Rothschild made for Menashe like a tunnel, like a machteres. Machteres means
it's cool. You get a lot of upsets, a lot of like small schools beating big schools.
In order to go ahead and receive Menashe in proper
Then they get down to the Final Four.
Because ultimately, again, because remember,
and then the finals game. It's a lot of fun. There's the round of 64, the round of 32, the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, the Final Four, then the finals game, and you have a champion. And it's like a big thing in the United States. Everybody fills out brackets, and then when you combine the viewership of all the games, it's actually bigger than the Super Bowl. And the amount of money you spend, it's bigger than the Super Bowl.
So what does the Rebbe Shalom do? He makes a different pathway. He makes a different tunnel. He goes ahead and ultimately, again, allows for it to, he allows Menashe to somehow come back. So the Rebbe Shalom wants more than anything. He wants us to He wants us to change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if one of the construct of Tshuva says that such a person can't Bonoshel Olam will make a different pathway. When it comes to Tshuva, the Bonoshel Olam never says no. And if he says no, you keep trying. He says, even if he says no, if you keep trying anyway, nothing stands in the way of found and meaningful Tshuva. Rabbi Yochanan Mishrashi. Rabbi Yochanan Mishrashi might have said, "Rishis Mamlachos Yo Yochim Ben Yoshio." Rishis Mamlachos Tzidkiah. So what it sounds like the Rishis Mamlachos Yo Yochim. Yo Yochim was Yo Yochim the first king. Was Tzidkiah the first king? Monarchs before them. Bikesh is probably the Haksias Olam Kulo, the Talabah Bishul Yo Yochim. Never listen to music like this. There are some people who are so evil. So the Rosh really wanted to go ahead and turn the world back and start all over again because things were so broken. So these are the Yo Yochim. Things were so broken that the Prophet literally wanted to return the world to Tohu Vavohu. The fact that we got up in this paradise, but again, although Yo Yochim wasn't good, so the generation was good. Soon again, the Prophet wanted to go out and start the work all over again. Bring the generation of Tzidkiah. The start of the Tzidkiah in the paradise. The Prophet saw the righteousness of Tzidkiah and spread the generation because of him. So what do you see from here? The Rebbe Shalom is just looking for someone who's righteous. Either our leader is righteous, even if the generation is not, or a generation is righteous, even if the leader is not. And the Rebbe Shalom wants our success in the life. And as long as he can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately again he'll spare the collection. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, the Tzidkiah Namik Sid, Vayas Rabbi Hashem. But what's there? That Tzidkiah also doesn't know he was very righteous. So he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shai B'Yadamim Chos V'Lo Micha. What it means is that this Tzidkiah had the ability to object. Also, Tzidkiah himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object to the negative behavior of his generation, but he failed to do so. You see this through over and over in Chazal. When you see something bad happening and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. Rabbi Yochanan Mishrashi might have said Ish Chacham Mishpat es Ish Adam Berega es L'Sachar Beina. The Moshe says as follows: Ka'asti al-Achaz, I got angry. Get Achaz, that's two Achaz, one of the things. And I started to be Anafi Damascus, and therefore I handed him over in the hands of the king of Damascus. And what did he do? He was handed over to the king of Damascus. Zibech, the Keter Lelehan. He has an Achaz. instead of realizing that he should trouble with God and maybe he should turn himself around, instead starts praying to their gods, the gods of Damascus. Shneimar, Vayizbach Lelokei Darmestek, Hamakim Vayomer Ki Elokei Ki Elohei, Machi Aram Heim Ma'asim Osam, Lahem Ezbach Vayazru Deheim Elohim Lachshim Kol Yisrael. Shachakti Im Amatzah, V'nasati Machi Edom Biyado. So literally, again, I smiled upon Amatzah, and I tried to be, Amatzah didn't just do the right thing, and I smiled upon Amatzah, and ultimately, again, I gave over the hands of kings of Edom into his hands. Eidi Elohim, Yishtachav Alaham. How did Amatzah victory? He took the gods of Edom and he began worshiping them. Shneimar, Vayach Elohim, Ba Amatzah Me'achos Es Edomim, V'yavo Es Vayavei Es Elohim B'nei Seir, V'yamedein Elohim, V'levein Yishtachav Elohim Yifta. So again, Amatzah was handed victory. And what did Amatzah do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping him. This is what people say, the famous adage that they say, Baki le lamar to lo yada, Chayfi lamar to lo yada, Bay le lamar to lo yada, being taught in the bush. So sometimes again, you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You could smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Woe to the person who doesn't understand between good and bad. In reference to these kings who are given tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around, they have failed to understand and present the opportunity that was presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of wrong. By a vote, sorry, Melech Babel, by a vote, the Shar HaSalach. So it says, he's by Scipio. So, right, all the king, right, the ministers of the king of Babel himself came and he sat in Shar Kabach. One of the Open Shur Hashbi. Makom Shemechan Kubalach. What's his second, third white line? The king of Babel situated himself at the gates of the city. The gates ultimately were normally adjudicate Halacha. Rabbi Inchi, Za'asra Demare, Tala Le Zaine, Taman Kulba Raya Place Tala. In the place where ultimately the master of his house used to hang his weapons. Now the shepherd along and hangs his drum like the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin were, like court before. So that very place where he used to be reviewed for Halacha. Now the shepherd, that's reference to the king of Babel. The shepherd hangs his stuff. I'm going to this letter of Yom Abba. My decision, ask this beautiful passage. That's a heartbreaking possibility. Asade ish atzalavarti. So he was Shlomo HaMelech. Says in Mishlei, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. And I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the man who lacks heart are both inattentive to their field and to their vineyard. And what happened? They get their abanim there. So what happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So the rest is the metaphor. Who is the man, right? Who is the lazy man? Who is the man with the lazy man with the overgrown field? That's King Achaz. Kerem Adam Chasar Leiv, who is the vineyard. The person who lacks heart who owns the vineyard, Zemenasha. Now let's say the metaphor is special found between Alu Kilo Kishonim, and again it's overgrown with thorns, Ze'amon. The gather Abanim there, so and the wall of stone has not fallen to a state of disrepair. Zetzit Yo Shenefrash based on Mikdash Biyama. The base of English was destroyed. Israel says one point that says the Navi Rachel refers to these kings as people who are inattentive, frustrated, or lazy. The way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. Clearly, it begins with just apathy. Apathy is the gateway to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens after that. But again, so Rabbi Nachman brings down. Nachman says that the greatest difficulty is cut off. Is not the greatest difficulty is a heart is yesh, where there is despair, right? Where a person just yourself, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic, that's when all types of how does Shlomo describe Menashe? How does he describe Achaz? As just lazy, frustrated, apathetic people, they all start with apathy. They'll say, that's not the most important concern in life. Is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's right, we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day. Because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place will say, the staying in place is, the sin of staying in place is stagnation or apathy. I'll say, apathetic people aren't going out and resting. Apathetic people aren't going out and doing. Apathetic people are just staying where they are. Right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hop in. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm doing anything wrong. Sad. Apathy is the gateway to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Apathy, and from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't know if this is the Rabbi Yirmiyah, but Abakitos in the Kaush Nashville. There are four groups. Little E again, who do not receive the Shekhinah. Who are they? Kakleitzim. Aletz, I don't know what's the word for Aletz. Scaffold. It's really just a scaffold. It's like Aletz is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is a joke. Everything is right. Listen, you ever meet a person like this? Right. For example, in the beginning, when they're always with their wisecracks, like, oh, well, that's cute. And then, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life? Do not have, a one-line combat. Just stop. And it goes from entertaining to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if you're that kind of person, that's nothing serious. And again, you always, so listen, there are moments in life, right, where I'm about to be serious about something. And I will say, all you need, a situation like this where maybe you're talking with yourself, or you're learning to Tesla, and there's a momentum that's going, and then someone else, right, comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It sucks all the spiritual air out of it. I say, and again, it's just displays everything. Again, just understand you have your relationship with that Kodesh Baruch Hu. Well, that's again means well, but missed the mark. Next, kat shakranim. Again, I will say shakranim. Shakranim ultimately again is a liar. A person who's a liar can't have a relationship with God through lying, because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, is honesty. Rothschild does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am dishonest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward. Anything. And then we'll say, okay, Hanifa, flattery, right? But it's but it's falsified. It's falsified, right? Hanifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of something. Right? I don't really believe it. Right? I don't really believe it. But rather again, I'm using it. And I must say, when people do this, I guess it's lobbying, right? At the end of the day, it's the nice stuff. It's the nice it's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous. But what's the interesting part? The interesting part is when someone strokes my ego. That's nice. Even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's so nice. Everybody likes to look at the flattery. So at the end of the day, again, it's Kanifim. And those who again speak language. So I'll say it's interesting, by the way. If you notice, these are four groups who cannot have in the couples and needs. They can't have a relationship with Hashem. So let's say, interesting, by the way. What's missing over here? If you were to make a list of people who can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? How about the Sarah? Right, number one, right? Maybe a close number two would be. All right, you got it again. it's good, right? All right, it's good. Right, number three. Trickle stars, right? Good, we got the big three. If you notice that they're not there. What's it? You know why? Atheros don't scare the way relationship back. Atheros don't scare because we all commit Atheros. Right? We probably some of us have done a couple of Uzis and it's even before 9 o'clock. Right? So listen, we all commit Atheros every single day. Atheros don't scare the way relationship with God. Honesty stands in the way of relationship. And if you look at the common language, all of these things, it's all about honesty. The let's, he can't be honest about anything. He just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is he uses let's humor to just take the MS out of every circumstance. A shakran, obviously again, dishonest. Chanifa, dishonest. Even Lashon Hara. I will say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? And I should say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara will present themselves like their friends. Right? They'll present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your buddy. And at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind your back, that's when they will verbally stab you over and over. So those are the common denominator, dishonesty. Which probably says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can sin from today until tomorrow. The Bible says, I got you. That's just what you do. Because you're a sinner. Great. We're all sinners. We're all sinners. Just some of us are recreational, some of us are habitual. Some of us are just on the weekends. Others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? But we had others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And the problem says, it's okay. Whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. We can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there is no way to have a relationship. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like Gemara says, now the Gemara position is calculation. It says, Masha Kadosh what's about 2 divisions? Kasha Karan, the Sid, the Overshkan Lo Yikon, right? Kas Hanifim, the Sid, Kilo Lafana Kanaf Yavo. Had the David of the Orange, the Sid, Kilo El Hofit Russia Akalo Gurfala. Satikato, 11 Gurfala. One of Krishna Yabaraba. My Jesse was doing a puzzle. Lucy was beautiful. Rosuna Elakara, Benega, like Rabbi Allah. So listen, what is the meaning of the passage over here? David Amelach says, what does it mean? Rosuna Elakara, Benega, like Rabbi Allah. So the Gemara says, Rosuna Elakara, that will be again, that Ra will not be set upon you. Shalom Yishlot Bahem Yitzhara. Ultimately, again, it's a Rafa. You should be Yitzhara, Shalom Yishlot Bahem Yitzhara. That's the very important. Doesn't mean you should have a Yitzhara. There's a time you don't have a Yitzhara. When don't you have a Yitzhara? Right? When you're dead. Right? Right? There's an upside to everything. Right? When you're dead, there is no Yitzhara. Right? So there's no Yitzhara when you're dead. Right? So it doesn't mean that you have a Yitzhara. Rather, the Lashon is Shalom Yishlot Bahem Yitzhara. These are shouldn't rule over me. I'll say, I'm always going to have to wait for Hara. The Shaila is who's in charge, me or Yitzhara? Lo su'una elecha Ra. Ra, Yitzhara, should not rule over me. Next, lo yikra b'alacha. It's like benega lo yikra b'alacha. And a little bit again, an affliction. It's not come close to your tent. So timsa ishtecha safek muda v'shasha kava min haderech. So I said this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of safek muda. What is this state? So a man comes home from a long trip, Rashi says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a nida, again, safek is where things become a little bit complicated, because what can happen? A man can justify to himself that perhaps should be committed and end up ultimately again sinning with her. So we'll say it's actually interesting that perhaps this is really much interpreted in the pasuk. It could also be metaphorically understood as well. Three branches of progression. The first part is Rosuna Elecha Ra. Ultimately, again, do not let the Yitzhara go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? The nega lo yikrav b'ahalecha. The word actually has you don't come home and find your wife a safek muda. The way to rule over your Yetzer Hara is to eliminate suffix within your life. A lot of times we usually get ourselves into trouble because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of suffix. And we allow suffix to be perpetuated. I will say, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, kind of, because I know that I know that this area of my life, and we all have different areas, all of us have those areas. Some areas where I know that I'm doing the Ratzon Hashem, and other areas where I know that literally again in my tent is suffix nida. In my tent is a suffix in life. And a lot of times we know there's a suffix, and it just perpetuates kind of like the iffy parts of our existence. If you have too much suffix in life, that's what you need some kind of teaching. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are suffering, that are not really what they should be, and make them what they should be. If I can eliminate the suffix in my life to the best of my ability, I don't want to ever eliminate all of it, but I can eliminate the suffix to the best of my ability, then ultimately again, Yetzer Hara will not rule over me. Incredible. So the Gemara was like, דבר אחר, לא שימי בחרה, שלא יבעוס, שלא יבעסוך, חלומו שלו. What does it mean that negative dira should not rule over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. The irhurim run, or bad thoughts. The negala יקרא בלעדיך, שלא יהיה לך בן או תלמיד שמבטיח תבשיל בלעדיו. What does it mean that ultimately again that affliction should not come in your tent, that you shouldn't have a student or a son, literally translated, spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly disgraceful. Privately, all kinds of stuff will happen. Right, but at least publicly, again, things should be heard. Adkan Berachal Others, just very good. The reason that's means that this pasuk in Tehillim ultimately again is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from a father. So the first parable is so beautiful. It's a brachos of a father. What does a father? What's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Yetzer Hara rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going to what we said, how do you ensure the Yetzer Hara doesn't rule over you? Don't let there be suffix in your life. If there is safeness in the way that you're living, deal with difficult situations. Don't live in uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out. And figure out a proper mahal. This is what our father says to his son. My father says to his son, don't be scared by bad dreams in life. Don't have bad dreams. What is what are dreams? Like, how much it's not what dreams are. Meaningful, not meaningful. I will say, what does it mean not to get scared by bad dreams? What are really right? So many times in life, we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could happen. This could happen. That could happen. I'm going to go say, any given moment in life, anything and everything could go wrong in so many different ways. What does the father say to his son? The father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared to dream big and go big. Just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, all could go wrong, and then they not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in their session if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. Or else does the father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. As the Gemara says, remember the Gemara says, person has a Yetzer Hara. Person has a Yetzer Hara. Person has a Yetzer Hara. And what happens, let's say I can't go ahead and combat the Yetzer Hara. So what does the Gemara say? It's going to say, put on black clothing, go somewhere where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that sometimes in life I'm going to lose the battle against the Yetzer Hara. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the chalashem. You're going to sin, don't do it publicly. You're going to sin, go somewhere else. That's what the father, and after all of these lofty ideas and ideals, the father says to his son, you're going to fail because it's going to happen. It happens to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you minimize the damage. Incredible. That's what the Father says. After that, it's the bracha that a mother gives to a child. What does a mother say to a child? You see, it says, what does a mother say? So what does a mother say to a child? As the malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands.